Okay, welcome to the Asheville City Council meeting for April 25th, 2023. If you could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you could please just take a moment and silence your cell phones. Also, not on our agenda tonight, I did want to take just a moment to recognize we had 3 firefighters injured this week in a call to an active fire. It sounded like a really scary situation from the description I read, and we just wanted to send out our thoughts for those folks who went through that experience and are recovering from it now. Everyone is recovering from that, but we just wanted to take a moment and recognize our firefighters and the sacrifices they make for us and some of the serious and dangerous situations they sometimes encounter. So just take that moment. Turning to our printed agenda, we have our first item on here is a proclamation proclaiming April 29th, 2023 Arbor Day. And I know Don Chavez is here. And Don, if you have anyone else with you, please invite them up to the microphone. Okay, I'm going to read this and then you can speak. Whereas Arbor Day is celebrated to promote the importance of planting and caring for trees in our community, and whereas Arbor Day originated in Nebraska and is now celebrated in 27 countries worldwide, and whereas Arbor Day demonstrates the value of forest preservation and the importance of caring for trees in our everyday lives, and whereas the City of Asheville has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the Arbor Day Foundation for 44 years, and whereas trees keep our forests healthy and growing, providing sustainable sources of wood and other valuable materials, and whereas trees improve air and water quality and provide beautiful aesthetic value to our communities. Now therefore, I, Esther Manheimer, Mayor of the City of Asheville, do hereby proclaim April 29th, 2023 as Arbor Day in Asheville and urge all citizens to plant, nurture, and celebrate trees.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks to the City Council for all your work. And Arbor Day has 4 requirements in order to be, well, not Arbor Day, but the Arbor Day Foundation has 4 requirements in order for a city to be recognized as a Tree City USA. And those are having a board, a tree board, which the Urban Forestry Commission is, an ordinance. We have a tree canopy protection ordinance. We hold an annual Arbor Day event, and the city commits funds per capita on trees and their care. Asheville residents are passionate about their trees, as you all know, and Greenworks has been very proud to support the city in obtaining its Tree City USA status for the past 48 years. It's a big milestone. We're glad that the city supports tree protection, as you have with the passage of the Tree Canopy Protection Ordinance in 2020, funding for an urban forester. Keith, he can hear with me today. And for approving funding for, or putting in the budget, the Urban Forest Master Plan. And it would be great if the city continued this commitment to protecting our urban forest resources by funding also the Urban Forest Master Plan in the FY24 budget and adopting the goal that Greenworks put forth 4 years ago of planting 2,500 trees a year in the city of Asheville in order to counteract the canopy loss that we have experienced. We've lost tens of thousands of trees over the years, and in order to get our canopy back up to where it needs to be to continue to provide the services that it does, we'll need to plant 2,500 trees a year. Greenworks is committed to supporting the city in these efforts, as we always have, and part of that effort is having a tree nursery on city property in East Asheville, where we're growing hundreds of trees to be planted in the city, and also another nursery in Candler that is part of Buncombe County, where we're growing 4,000 trees a year, giving them away to the community, planting them in public spaces. So this year, our Arbor Day event is going to be on Saturday, April 29th, from 10 to 12 at the Hardesty Lane Nursery. We hope lots of citizens will come out and join us to help plant some more trees. We're going to plant 100 trees that day. And thank you for caring about your trees.
Keith Aiken, Urban Forester. I am absolutely thrilled to be here today. Without the hard work of Greenworks and Dawn and council, I certainly wouldn't be here, sitting here talking to you today. So I'm very happy, very thrilled. Arbor Day is a great day to really reflect on what we've done in the past. So I hope as we go forward, right now, I'm kind of all tied up in ordinance and all that good stuff. So when I do get to programming and planning and doing things in the community, I hope to have a big celebration this time next year, or on the 29th of next year, to celebrate the accomplishments that we've done over that past year. Now, hopefully that'll at least be, I want to say in 1872 they planted 1 million trees in Nebraska in one day. Now, I don't know where they got their trees in 1872. Nowadays, you can buy 100 for, $25. Personally, I've planted over my time up until this point about 110,000 trees, mainly in seedlings. So I've literally planted forests. So I hope that we can maybe come somewhere close to that by next year. But if we can't, we'll celebrate whatever we have going on. But I do thank you. Thank you for hiring me. Thank you for getting me in this position. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, thank you. Turning next to the consent agenda, do I have questions, comments, or a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved. You got speakers.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we do have some folks signed up to speak under the consent agenda. And all speakers, you'll have 3 minutes to speak each. Please just watch the lights on the lectern. Green means go, orange means you're getting close to the end, and red and that buzzer means stop. So I'll just, looks like we have a few speakers here under the consent agenda, and I'll just call them in order. The first one is Paul Howell.
Everything. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city attorney, city manager, and of course the glue, as always, Maggie. I'm here to say thank you all for gifting my brother Kenyon Lake with a building to house my daddy taught me that. It's much needed and long overdue. But I noticed with the building, there's no help with the restoration of the building. So I thought, well, why not apply for the strategic partnership grant? And I looked up and I said, well, this year there will be approximately $335,000 of strategic partnership grant funds available. There's a $35,000 minimum award amount, and there's no set maximum amount. So now, just how much of this funding has been distributed to the black nonprofit orgs? Like my daddy told me that. After a 3-year pause in funding, the grant program was relaunched in June 2022. Again, how much of this funding has been given to the black nonprofit organizations that meet and or may exceed your requirements? How many were made aware of the deadline to have submitted an application was 2/10/23 for funding that begins 7/1/23? Not many people are gifted with time to see city pages, so how do you reach them? Having this info on the city page only is like having a barbecue and not telling anyone yet you cook a lot of food and get upset because no one showed up. You assume they would come through because they smelled the food, saying there's no nonprofit orgs in our community deserving of this. funding is implausible. Young struggle with knowledge green, generations to generations with Michael Jerome Hall, Sisters Caring for Sisters with Queen Cindy McMillan, to name a few established. And then you have God, which is Grandparents on Duty with Michelle Clement, and you have SAVE, Stop Society Against Violence Everywhere with Queen Teresa Bozomosa. Can use assistance in getting established. So please forgive me for not being overly ecstatic about y'all making news by assisting. My daddy taught me that with this building and no help restoring it when y'all had the money to do so. Okay. And although this is an awesome moment, it's comparable to the sound of a coin dropping into an empty can and not making a sound. Y'all haven't done nothing yet. Thank you.
Zakiya Rogers. I knew you were going to tell me that. Zakiya Rogers.
Hello, thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all those who serve as councilmen, or councilwomen, the city clerk, the city manager, and the city attorney, and to all those who
Can you
live.
speak up a little bit, Zakiya,
Okay,
please?
and to all those who also serve and work and live and play in our city. My name is Zakiya Rogers, and I am the chair of YWCA and a member of Asheville City, and I've lived here for over 27 years. I want to first say, I think it is amazing that we are all witnessing that Keenan Lake's program was gifted this building. And again, though the building needs a lot of help and a lot of restoration, this building is still a blessing. We also want to uplift all the organizations who work with our youth tirelessly after work, who volunteer hour after hour. And despite being underfunded, they still go, they still show up. And we applaud the city's decision to help out other organizations with technology and technical assistance to help establish new leadership and organization development. However, just as the person before me, I am very disappointed that the money from this grant was not given to all those other organizations we have here. With our children experience such dire issues in our community, my daddy taught me that you can't do it alone. There are organizations like YTL, YWCA, Chosen. There are so many organizations that are here in this community that are giving back to our youth. You know, we always like to say the youth are our future, but if we don't do anything in the present, what does that future look like? If we don't stand up today and do what's right for tomorrow, we affect the trajectory of their future. And it is with an open heart, an open mind that I beg you all to please review that and look into giving those funds to those organizations who are out here doing the work, because without them, we would not be as far as we are, and we have so much further to go. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak is Joanna Knowles.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwomen, and City staff. My name is Joanna Knowles, and I'm here in my capacity as a board member and co-chair of the Advocacy Committee at the YWCA of Asheville. I'd like to thank each of you for your contributions to the significant strides Asheville has made toward becoming the equitable community the YWCA believes we can be. I'm also grateful for your efforts to make engaging with you all and being part of the process of contributing to this city more accessible. The Advocacy Committee at the YWCA would like to become even more engaged, and it is challenging to do so with the tight turnaround time between Friday mornings when the City Council agenda is published and the council meeting on Tuesdays. We request that you consider following the county's lead and publish the agenda on Wednesday before the meeting instead of Friday mornings. We are here today to specifically thank Councilwomen Smith, Turner, and Roney for your thoughtful leadership on the Equity and Engagement Committee. We acknowledge that it is difficult to make decisions about strategic partnership funds when it appears there is more need than resources. We are thrilled to see the city's commitment to our youth and to working towards eliminating the opportunity gap by the investment in the organizations you selected. We are also acutely aware of the vast need of our city's children and the struggle so many nonprofits are in to fund their work. We believe that you all can find funds to replenish this pot of money for next year. And we request that you disperse the remaining strategic partnership funds to qualified organizations this year, as our youth cannot wait. Thank you.
Keenan Lake.
So hello,
Welcome.
thank you. So Mayor, Assistant Mayor, all our councilwomen, thank you for having me. Pleasure to be here. So I think today is a cause for a celebration, and I am excited to be here. So first of all, let me thank each and every one of you and the city of Asheville for not only your contribution, but for showing the community the direction that the city's headed in. As a native of this community, just turned 46 a few months ago, been working with the county for almost 20 years, paying the dues and due diligence in this community. It is a blessing to see the city of Asheville not only leading the way, but really being able to be an example to show the community, particularly our underserved, our underprivileged, our underprivileged communities, what it looks like to take a step forward and do real support. And so I want to thank you personally. Like the folks before me said, we know we have a long fight, but I think with the direction that the city's going, and even the county, you know, with all the grants coming out as far as stopping the violence and being able to do things like that, it's really showing our community where our government is headed, our local government. We know all too well the woes of our community, what's happening in our communities, and the amount of violence was happening in our communities. So I want to take a stand here and say this building will be a beacon for our community. It'll be a community center for where everybody can come and we can not only do the work in unison, but we can do the work for the better of our community. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to say a special thanks to my team, Jacqueline Hall, Stephen Smith, Ashley Cooper, the ones who really put forth the effort to write the proposal to the city. A special thanks to you, ma'am, and all of the work that you guys have done to really make this happen. Cannot be gracious enough and truly appreciate the support. So thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thank you. Timothy Sadler.
Mayor, City Council, Timothy Sadler, and I just wanted to, echo Keenan's sentiments there. I had, as a volunteer, been looking to do whatever I could to see that a building, did go to this effort, and I guess it's been a long time coming, and it's really exciting in one regard, but then in the other regard, with the renovations, I just hope that that is taken seriously. I wonder, if there's any way to work on the building with kind of an apprentice in construction, with the city. I don't know if that could be a creative way of looking at things, but yeah, just more than anything, I'm super grateful that this finally happened, because yeah, it's been a long time in conversation, and it's just the highlight of my day personally, to know that this has finally happened. So thank you, City Council.
Thank you. That's all the folks we have signed up to speak under the consent agenda before we vote. Council, anyone have any questions or comments?
I just have one quick comment. I wanted to say something about the SPF, and since it's the very last item on our agenda tonight, I was concerned some of the folks that made a comment about that might not last that long. We're in for a
Maggie
long
has
night.
predicted this meeting to go till 9:45, so.
Anyways, I wanted to share, so I have been working with the SPF grant situation for 3 years, and if anything has become clear, there's just simply not enough money. And to whoever said, you know, there are certainly some great causes and never enough to help fund everybody, it's true. And what I would have said later, if you all are here to say it, is that I want to encourage us as a council to find more money. I mean, we always say that we have a lot of needs, but in particular, we have some really great organizations, and we just can't fund everybody. It's been a challenge, and I just wanted to share that in case some of you wouldn't be here all night.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I was also thinking about saying this later, but I'm thinking about a lot of the students that y'all work with and that I work with, and we have some overlap, and some folks who can't be in the room today. So I know there are deep needs in our community and many opportunities to collaborate and to bolster partnership instead of perpetuating the scarcity narrative. We find money for the things that are important to us, and our youth are important to us, right? So what I hear is us asking for us to show up in a real way. And that can look like allocating the rest of the funds that we have now and finding the rest of the money for next year. But today I am really excited because I think what I hear our community also saying is while there is deep need, tonight we celebrate. Tonight, I'm really excited to support the Hunt Hill transfer because it's an investment in partnership for neighborhood resiliency, for community safety, for placemaking for our youth, violence interruption, anti-displacement, anti-gentrification in the historic Black neighborhood of Easton Valley Street, as well as the ripple effects of our community at large. So tonight we celebrate, and then we take more steps forward. We got a long way to go.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, everybody who wants to make their great escape after the consent agenda, now is your time because we're going to move into the presentations and reports. So the first presentation report, I think Maggie, you'll cue it up. It's the state of the airport. And we have the director here, Lou Blywise. Thank you for coming to visit with us on the state of the airport. No, there's no, okay, sorry. That's fine, by the way, that's fine.
That's fine. Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you for having me this evening to give my annual State of the Airport address. You have been given a copy electronically of our 22 annual operations report, and I provided several hard copies to Ms. Burleson for your viewing pleasure if you're so interested. These are 22 stats as we're rolling around in this year. We're wrapping up last year. So from an air service perspective, we had 6 carriers: Allegiant, American, Delta, JetBlue, Sun Country, and United. We served 25 destinations in 2022. Go through them real quick, but it's Boston, Newark, LaGuardia, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Charlotte, Sanford, Florida, Palm Beach, Atlanta, Fort Lauderdale, Key West, Punta Gorda, Sarasota, St. Pete, Houston, Austin, Dallas, Denver, Las Vegas, Minneapolis, Orlando, Chicago, both airports in Chicago, Miami, and Destin, Florida. The 3 new cities we added in 2022 was Austin, Miami, and Destin, Florida. From a passenger perspective, we had 1,838,793 passengers go through our terminal. That was a 29% increase over the previous year and up 13.5% from 2019, which was our high water mark until last year. From a seats perspective, we had 1,116,000 seats, aircraft seats in the market, which was up 12% from the previous year. Operations, the airlines had 26,874 operations for the year, which was up about 1%. Reason for a small increase in that, for the increase in seats, is the airlines are going from smaller aircraft to larger aircraft, but less frequencies. We had 52,000 operations for general aviation and military, which was up 6.3%. From a construction standpoint at the airport last year, we updated our South General Aviation apron parking area, roughly $5.5 million. Airfield electrical vault room, which is at $6.2 million. We started in on the central energy plant, which was the first phasing of our new terminal building, which was an $80 million contract. $40 million was for the construction of the central energy plant, $40 million roughly for the long lead times of new loading bridges, baggage handling equipment, heating and air conditioning things. And lastly, we also increased and added a cell phone parking lot and expanded some parking up in the general aviation area for almost $1 million. From a community standpoint, the airport participated and held the runway 5K again. We had 1,000 runners, which is capped at 1,000 runners because of the size of the event. We ended up netting $20,000 in revenues, and that was split evenly, $10,000 each to AB Tech Aviation Fund for future pilots, and Western North Carolina Pilots Association Foundation, again, for pilot training. We still continue with the local art programs and musicians in the terminal. Our employees participate in an AVL Gives program, which is charities throughout the community. We raised and contributed over $7,000 and directly, and then we assisted in United Way with various programs. Pause for Passengers is our therapy dog program in the terminal. We really got that up and going again last year after COVID. And then we also did the Blue Ridge Honor Air Flight last year. From a financial standpoint, we had operating revenues. We had $19,889,000. Operating expenses was $10.4 million, so netting the airport $9.4 million for the year. And assets for the authority was $236,575,000, which is up $30.6 million over 2021. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
While I appreciate that we have an airport, because I have been able to make connections and also have family and friends make connections to the airport, this is not about your report. It is about my hope for our city. That we need a different way to approach the city than the airport. We need a train. My great-great-aunt Faye used to use the train and the trolley to get to and from. And right now, the only way to get here is a car, a plane, or to hike it on the trails. So I'm looking forward to adding those kinds of investments to other ways to come and go. But thank you for your report.
Thank you. We welcome multi-modes of transportation, so whatever grows the city is always important to all of us.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Lou.
Thank you. Y'all have a nice evening.
Thank you, Lou.
Does anyone have any other questions? Sorry.
No.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Romy, to your point, I just got voluntold and glad to do it as the passenger train initiative in North Carolina ramps up. So we'll be hosting a crew coming here to visit us and explore that opportunity. So more to come on that.
Maybe so.
Yeah. And now for the mayor's okay. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. We have two reports for the city manager's report for tonight. We're going to start with kind of an update on the council retreat. It will be kind of follow-up. And Rachel asked if she could go before we did the update on the water. But she said she's going to go really, really fast, and we're going to hold her to that.
I'm starting the stopwatch.
And this is going to be kind of, again, a broad overview. We got a dense slide deck, but we're not going to go through all of the slides in the interest of time. The next presentation will be the water outage after action report summary, and we'll have Ben Woody leading that initiative with staff from the water department that would just bring you up to speed on the scope of that document. So I will turn it over to you, Rachel.
Thank you, Deborah, and good evening, Mayor and Council. If you haven't picked up, strategic planning is a personal obsession, if you will, of mine. But in the interest of time, and because Ben did kindly let me go first, I am going to go through this really quickly. We are going to have several subsequent conversations about particularly your strategic priority goals in future agenda briefing work sessions, as well as we start to finalize your council committee work plans for the upcoming fiscal year. So this is a continuation of the conversation we started at the council retreat, and is something that we are going to continue discussing over the course of the next several months as we plan for the next fiscal year. By way of quick reminder, at the council retreat, there were some decisions made around what were previously referred to as your city council focus areas. As a part of tonight's presentation, we're just going to reaffirm some of those decisions that were made at the council retreat. Also going to talk about the process that staff went through as we looked at the draft strategic priority goals that were created at your retreat, as staff looked at common themes and ultimately suggested some consolidated goals that we want to get your feedback on for consideration as we are planning for the upcoming fiscal year. And then we'll close out today talking about some of those next steps. A few of those I already highlighted in my opening remarks. So quick key takeaways. The City Council's vision is multi-year and aspirational in nature, and really serves as a guidepost to staff as we deliver our services to the organization and to the community. Your strategic priorities are established typically each year at your retreat, and they establish the key areas of focus for an upcoming fiscal year. At this year's retreat, with the development of the proposed strategic priority goals, City Council has provided clarity in terms of outcomes and intended impacts that you would like to see related to your strategic priorities. Staff will continue enhancing processes to further align projects, programs, and initiatives that we have underway across the organization with that priority guidance established by City Council. So at the council retreat this past March, there was a considerable amount of discussion around the vision statement, and it was unanimously agreed upon that while there might have been some suggested tweaks, the Vision 2036 statement will remain intact and unchanged. There were a few minor suggested revisions for what were previously referred to as your vision focus areas. There was discussion around there being confusion around what's a focus area versus a strategic priority. And so it was decided at the retreat that we would start referring to what was previously referred to as the focus areas as the City Council Vision Framework. And then one of the previous focus areas, clean and healthy environment, was revised to be clean, safe, and healthy environment. And that was to, of course, emphasize the importance of safety in the community and also better mirror the new City Council committee structure that includes the Environment and Safety Committee. As a part of the retreat discussion in March, there was a review of your strategic priorities. Those strategic priorities remained largely the same as they were in the previous fiscal year, with one revision. The previous strategic priority of neighborhood resilience was expanded to include climate, so that new strategic priority is now neighborhood and climate resilience. So the intent of this visual is just to show the cascading effect from that broad aspirational vision down to our work plans, which is really how we operationalize that priority direction that we receive from City Council at your retreats and throughout the year as part of City Council discussions and Council Committee discussions. So just to quickly highlight what we went through at the City Council retreat on March 2nd and 3rd of this year. We were broken out into 3 groups. Those 3 groups included a member of executive leadership as well as City Council members. And we were assigned to review the strategic priorities and develop a 12-month goal statement that represented clear forward progress for each priority. And we were very productive, and we came up with 70 draft strategic priority goals. So after the retreat, we took those 70 goals. There were some that were duplicated amongst our different groups, and identified where there were common themes and opportunities to consolidate those goals. And staff has consolidated that list down to 30 draft goals. Those draft goals were provided in your agenda briefing packet, also are attached as a part of tonight's materials. But as I mentioned, we're wanting feedback from you on Did we hit the mark correctly on those draft strategic priority goals? And ultimately, what we plan to do with those priority goals is to, one, make sure that they're aligned with the FY24 budget that the city manager will be proposing on May 9th, and then use those strategic priority goals as we're drafting our organizational work plan, council committee work plan, departmental work plans, and as we continue work with our city council advisory boards on the development of their work plans as well. So again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of the 30 draft strategic priority goals that city staff is recommending consolidating from the 70 that came up at the retreat. But did just want to note that similar to what you've done at previous retreats where you either identify a dot or color code different themes that come up, staff went through a similar exercise of identifying themes for each of your strategic priority areas as we work to consolidate that list of 70 down to 30 draft strategic priority goal statements. So when you look at the matrix that's attached with your materials, you'll see on the left-hand side the direct output from the retreat. In the middle are those themes, and then on the right-hand side is how we get to those 30 suggested consolidated goals that are based on the feedback that we heard at the retreat. Also in your materials and as a part of tonight's presentation, you'll note that we've got some examples. This is by no means a comprehensive list of existing investments and initiatives that we have that are aligned with those council strategic priorities and the goal statements that were drafted at the retreat. And then the sampling of some of the items that are included in our planned efforts for fiscal year 24, either initiatives that we already know we're going to start or a part of the city manager's draft recommended budget for fiscal year 24. And there's a lot of alignment. And again, a lot of that is thanks to the city council for keeping the strategic priorities that you had the prior year. We already had a lot of work that was underway, a lot of projects that we had on the organizational work plan are multi-year in nature, so we're able to continue those, and then we got more specific direction from the city council as a result of the work that you did on your draft strategic priority goals to help us make sure we were operationalizing those properly. So I'm going to cruise to next steps. And so next steps in this process, again, we are going to have some follow-up conversations as part of future agenda briefing work sessions. That feedback that we receive will be ultimately included in part of the city manager's recommended budget, and final feedback will be included in the adopted budget for fiscal year 2024. We will then use those strategic priority goals as we're developing council committee work plans, and we'll be working with each of your council committees on finalizing those work plans over the course of the next several weeks and months. Then we will finalize our organizational work plan as well as departmental work plans, which will be informed by those strategic priority goals. We do have, in a couple of months, plan to present the fiscal year 2023 annual report. And then we're going to work across the organization, as we have already been, on enhancing our performance management and communication on the progress that we're making, ultimately actualizing and operationalizing City Council's strategic priority direction. We have a new website that's going to launch in summer 2023, which will include some data visualization and will help the community as well as City Council have a better, more regular update on how we're doing in bringing your priority direction to fruition. And then, as I previously mentioned, we're going to continue working with your advisory boards to align their work with the initiatives and policy review considerations in the City Council Committee, as well as organizational work plans. How did I do on time, Maggie?
I'll say
I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
I was surprised when I heard that we had 70 recommendations, but I've now read them all. I can't even think of anything missed. This is an incredible consolidation of ideas. Great job.
Thank you.
If I may, you go ahead.
I was just going to ask, one of the next steps you'd mentioned was, what I love about what you're showing us is how at the balcony level where council lives in policy, it connects to the dance floor level where the work gets done of our 1,200 awesome employees. And I saw a connection not only between the work plans of the departments, but also how we link to our boards and commissions. I think that's really important. There's all these awesome citizens that several of us used to be before we got elected that are doing great work. And so kind of a question is, I know that there's a lot of really good work happening from citizens kind of revisiting, thinking about redesign of our boards and commissions. Do we have like a chart of which commissions are connected to which council committees? Is that something that revisioning work, boards and commissions group can come up with? Because I'd love to start seeing that map of how there's overlap, because I know that several boards and commissions, there's integration across a lot of these places. It's not this cut and dry linear path, and so starting to understand that would be really helpful as I consider, and we all consider, like our policy role on the balcony.
Absolutely, and that's a very timely comment. So over the past year, and thanks to the Housing and Community Development Committee for being such a willing pilot, we've been working through specifically how does that alignment structure work? And so we've been working with HCD and then working with the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee to kind of work through what could this process be? And then more recently, through the Equity and Engagement Committee, we've been test piloting how would we have regular updates from advisory boards. So recently we've heard from several advisory boards on their annual report, for example. I had a conversation last week with Sasha Bertunsky, who's the staff support to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, as well as Sarah Gross in the city clerk's office, to look through how do we formalize this moving forward. And so that crosswalking that you're describing is something that we're going to be working through with that working group over the course of this summer, and using the council committee work plans that are developed to inform some potential work plan items that would go on each of the advisory boards. We've had a couple of advisory boards, I believe, I'm going to get the name wrong, Noise Advisory Board wants to go to Environment and Safety soon. And so we're looking at how do we formalize that so it's not so ad hoc and it's a little bit more procedural in nature. So we hope to get that more fine-tuned over the course of the next year, but it's definitely going to be iterative, and we do want to use the feedback from the working group as well as the feedback from Affordable Housing Advisory Committee as well as other advisory board members on how can we make that connection, not only with staff, but with the city council committees meaningful, so that the work that they're doing has a way to more effectively trickle back up to council to inform those policy considerations that are being made.
Very cool. Thanks.
Two things. One, are we doing then a whole nother body of work to the restructure that we already did with the advisory boards being connected to our council committees? Is there a significant update in amount of time that staff is going to do on that? Because we did do that recently.
So this is a continuation of that existing effort.
Okay. Two things. I was trying to figure out how to express what I was thinking, and then when you presented it today, it became clear. When we sat together in our groups, one of the things that was missing was that dots procedure, so we could see what had 7, 6, 5, 4. And then I was hearing is that staff took that body of 71 and kind of did that for us.
Yes, ma'am.
And it puts kind of us in a tricky situation because we have to be responsible for what the majority of council says. So for example, if there was a dots thing, I didn't say urban forestry master plan, but I would have been the 4th dot on the 3 that I see here. So when I don't see it in the final, that's not on y'all. That's on us, because we seem to skip a process. And that's one example I could think of. So I know that as I'm going through and kind of trying to figure out which parts actually had the majority of council support, some of it's easy and some of it's a little more murky. So have we looked at how we're gonna define? I know you're asking us to both give our input now and also not go line by line in this meeting.
So and I thank you for bringing that up. So we're going to continue having this conversation over the course of the next several weeks. So what it was presented today and what's attached with today's agenda materials is by no means final. So we want to get that feedback from you. The themes, other than grouping and helping us consolidate goals, are not something that came out of the retreat. That was just helping staff kind of think through how we might recommend to you consolidating those goals. But we welcome feedback on if there are other ways that you want us to group or organize these goals as we look at how we operationalize them.
I think as a whole buckets, it did seem like we did get to that conversation in the retreat. We just didn't get to the part about what should go in the buckets was my concern, and I didn't really see it until today it was presented. Otherwise, I would have asked sooner. For example, clean, safe, and healthy environment. Safe design is so important. We have the second highest bike pedestrian accident ratio in the state. If we don't work every single day to fix that, every time we repave a road, then that's on us. But like, if we don't like make sure that's infused by putting it in the bucket, I wouldn't want staff to like bear the burden of, well, y'all didn't say it needed to be in there. So maybe it's a learning lesson for the future retreats to make sure that we do that kind of weighing process so it doesn't fall on staff. The only reason I'm bringing it up now is because it came up for me right now. But a second thing, I really appreciated the conversation I heard at the Environment and Safety Committee today. And I saw some of that reflected in the presentation. Specifically, I appreciate the staff expressed the intention to ensure we're meeting the needs of vulnerable people during times of crisis with our community responder pilot program. I hadn't heard that part said explicitly yet. I did ask about it, and today I heard it, and I heard it in my colleagues' conversation, I heard it in staff conversation. The public safety crisis in our community presents us with an obligation and an opportunity. And I just want to make sure that we have this opportunity to match the right tools and training with the crisis at hand. And if we don't really honestly have the tools to address mental health crises or substance use poisoning in our community, then we're really just sending more staff to move people around without having the answers. And it kind of puts us all in a precarious situation. And I appreciate this step. I think it's a small but mighty step, and we're going to learn a lot. So thank you for it being reflected here. I think it's really important, and I think we're going to learn a lot, and I'm excited that it's there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this list, I'm thinking about the process we went through. Sometimes it seems like we'll end up on this course. Staff will be doing various kinds of work, and of course, it takes a long time to implement things. And it might be a couple years later, and staff's working on something, and I'll say, "Why is staff working on that thing?" I don't know what, and they'll say, "Well, that's because you guys said at this meeting that you really wanted, whatever goal reached." So the way we interpreted that was this thing. And I'm trying to remember at the retreat, okay, we were in these groups, and I'm looking at your spreadsheet. You've given initials of who was in each group, and each group prepared these lists, which is apparently how we got to 71, because we had how many groups? 4? 3? 4?
3.
4, 5? 3?
But there wasn't even really enough time to decide if every single person at that table was just including people's
I thought,
stuff,
yeah,
or,
to
like,
me,
weighing it?
it was a little bit of a brainstorming session. If I had known, that's the list that staff's gonna use now, I kind of agree that there wasn't a
prioritization.
There wasn't even time for group consensus. I mean, and it was staff and council, it wasn't council.
Right.
So I worry a little bit, but you guys have been doing all this work, and I don't want to stop any kind of massive, we have always in the past done the kind of, now we come together and now we figure out the priority list, and it's not 71 things, it's 7 things. And, but we did it different this time because these aren't overarching goals like safe community or whatever. They're actually on the ground, here's what's gonna happen.
They're a mix of goal strategy.
Right.
Yeah, it's almost brainstorming. It's really a brainstorming
so I'm
document.
just struggling a little bit about how, because there's a bunch of stuff that's not on this. I mean, I'm thinking about, for example, the Haywood Street property across from the Civic Center.
Yep.
I mean, we funded a $300,000 study to do something with that property,
The pit
but
of hope.
it's not gonna be on anybody's to-do list here. We have, I don't remember if a by right process for multifamily housing made it on this list. Hopefully it's somewhere in here.
It is, it's on
Okay,
there.
thank you. But, or we purchased the property next to the transit center downtown with the idea. I do kind of worry that through this process, we might end up with staff running out to do the things and we hadn't really gelled up the things yet. So, but I don't know what to do about that, except to, maybe have a work session to.
What
I mean,
Narrow it down.
What's your opinion on this, Deborah? Because this is a lot of, I mean, do you look at this document and say, we're going to tackle all 69 of these things in 12 months?
Absolutely not. I do not look at it that way, and that's why we have been struggling every year to get down to the most important things that we need to be working on from an organizational perspective. What I want to make clear is this is an iterative process. This is the beginning. We're not presenting this as a final. We are presenting this as, this is where we have come thus far.
Well,
now, let's
maybe
take some
goals is
additional
just not the right
steps if
word.
you want more specificity. Plus, I think, again, we all talked about roles. We think that there is a policy-making role of tell us what, not how. And if we want to get into the how we implement, how we achieve your goals, that's another step. If there is a specific kind of thing from a project that you want us to work on, then we have time to discuss that.
But did we do that?
No, but I have a feeling if we were to do a work session thing, it would clarify some of this, and a lot of these goals would stay under there.
I mean, some of this is update electric vehicle charging availability throughout,
Those were y'all goals? Or which one?
Well,
I would not have prioritized that.
Yeah, but it came out
That would not
of,
have
so
figured.
we missed the
That's
part
other
where we came back together as a council and reached consensus on. I'm not trying to say we need to get in the weeds and tell staff what to do.
Yeah,
I'm worried about the consensus about up here on the policy-making piece of it. That we.
It could be worse, that a lot of work is done and it comes to us for that vote.
I don't know that this is more for staff to do. I think it's more that we need to have a work session where we go through this list and go, okay, this group that only had 1 or 2 council members in it came up with this list. Is that really where this council is thinking our direction should go from a policy standpoint? Is that making sense?
It does. Let's do a work session.
I just don't want it to be that you guys keep trying to massage, but we haven't come back and done the check about big direction.
Absolutely, Mayor, and that's exactly what I'm saying, is that this is a work in progress.
Well,
and we can come, I'm sorry.
It might just be the title.
Is it a work in progress for staff, or, because I'm saying it should be a work in progress for council?
We.
Yeah.
All of us, When I said it's a work in progress, when we come back, we're working with council
So
to
talk more
figure out.
about how you see the next steps then.
So we would hope that we will have a work session. We will have things that look like this on the board, and we'll say, tell us, are these the goals that you think are appropriate, that you are agreeing to? Are these look like kind of the initiatives that you want? And here are the initiatives that we are suggesting that we think align with your goals. And
It's really like this is just a
then
follow-up. Maybe identifying it as our strategic goals was the wrong thing. This is a follow-up to the retreat, and it sounds like we need a work session to finalize and prioritize.
Right.
And I think we're all on that page. So it might just be that the title of this as strategic goals and then the 70
What are you
things.
looking at? You're
The
looking at-
president
The
deck,
title of the
yeah.
president.
I'm
It
looking
just
at
might,
the- okay.
it's next steps. This is a follow-up, as it says. So, and the next step is to have a work session. I'm
Well,
good with
and
that.
you definitely decided on your priorities. And I
Right.
think the
The
issue
big
is the specifics in terms of the goals and what you want to accomplish within the next year. That's where I think.
Yes, and even
Yeah,
as you were
so.
asking us on Thursday at our agenda briefing to kind of like look at this, I was like, I don't even know how to look at this because it feels like y'all did a lot of work without us doing the rest of ours.
Got it.
But it has, the chart that you provided, the spreadsheet, is pure to what actually happened in that last day of the work session in terms of capturing the list that each group submitted.
With the retreat. Mhm.
Yeah, at the retreat, that each group submitted, so it's still kind of in a raw form, if you will. And I see what, so the priorities on page 6 of the presentation, we only added the word climate to one of them. So otherwise, the priorities remain the same, but we spent all this time with these goals. The goals
The
are
majority.
inherently problematically sometimes in the gray area. Some of them feel more policy, some of them feel more directional,
Directional.
like in terms of just carry out this task.
That is something I'll say, like,
Just
sorry.
to finish that thought,
Yeah.
it would help me if staff could, when we do this spreadsheet in our work session, if you could kind of identify what you consider to be a good, a policy goal versus that's kind of an operational
Got it.
action that would go under a goal. That would help me to help us pull this list apart. Is that helpful?
I mean, I do think there's real value in what staff has done, and I think, I just agree, like, we need to spend more time. I do feel like the time we spent was more of a brainstorm, and
Well,
we didn't
I
even
don't
have
want
to.
staff to be distilling it down and us saying, that's not how we would distill.
Right, I
so-
guess what I'm saying, though, is that what I hear you identifying is like there's tactics, operational tactics, there's strategies, and there's goals. And the suggested consolidated goal language does really take things that were highly tactical and move them into goal language. But I think we as a group need to look at all of it together and kind of say, which of these do we want to move into goal language?
Well, and
From what language? From-
So continue property tax mitigation program, like, I love that, but to what end? That is a program. Well, I guess what I'm saying is, like, that's not necessarily a policy goal, that's an operational program to do what? And so staff is saying to help keep residents in their homes is more of the goal concept.
Right, so
And so what we need to do as policymakers is not say, like, here are the programs I want you to go execute, staff. We say, like, here are the goals, and you tell us what programmatic methods you'll get there.
This sounds like a great work session, right? Like what
The
we're doing, let's do it.
Yeah,
Because
I'd
I'm
love
still
to do that.
seeing, and now go back to what I first said, I think you did a great job distilling this down, but I interpreted it a little differently because I was seeing draft goals, suggested goals. That's the headline of all this. So I didn't-
Suggested consolidated
Yeah, I didn't
goals.
see it as
Have we revised?
you grabbed our goals and ran with it. I just saw this as, wow, you were able to get all of that information onto a document and line it up with some things you think were at lines. But I agree with y'all that we need some follow-up, and sounds like we're going to do that.
Yeah, that sounds great.
The other thing I just want to put on the table, because it comes out of care, I showed up to the retreat trying really hard to say, like, let's check some stuff off the list where we need to get some stuff done for our community, especially while we're dealing with overlapping crises. So I did not add the brainstorm that I would have maybe added if it was in brainstorm mode. But if we don't do the rest of our part, then you might end up with a planning document or a study that comes to council multiple times and still doesn't get across the finish line. And I don't think any one of us wants to spin our wheels or the community's time and energy on that.
Thank you.
I think we're all on the same page.
Well, I'm glad we had this talk. Thank you,
Thank
Rachel,
you.
for that.
Thank you, Rachel. Dan,
Switching gears, we're switching to water now.
we're switching
Yes,
to
okay.
water.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, members of council. This is going to be a relatively brief presentation. My name is Ben Woody. I'm Assistant City Manager. I'm also going to introduce Leslie Carrero. Not yet, but soon. Leslie's going to help me with this. She's ready to go. I'm going to do the first couple of slides, the key takeaways, and I'm going to turn it over to Leslie, our Assistant Director in the Water Resources Department, and she's going to really talk through or walk through what the after-action report is and how they used it in the Water Department. And then at the end, I'm going to come up and do the concluding slide. So that's kind of our order of presentations. And with that, I'll jump right into the key takeaways. So I want to start by we're going to go back and say that following the December 2022 water outage incident, the Water Department carried out a root cause analysis. And what that typically does, it's a process that a department uses to compile information and procedures, and then do a further analysis of that. Internal after-action reporting is carried out by staff after any incident, and that's not just the water department, that's most of our departments. They typically do after-action reporting, always for a major incident, oftentimes even for a minor incident. So this is a common operational practice. It's typically not distributed to the public or council. That doesn't mean that parts of an after-action report aren't a public record. It just means it's an operational exercise and document that departments put together. The goal of an after-action report is to identify any system adjustments or improvements that can be made to better service the community and to provide more efficient and effective response to future incidents. So again, it's a tool that departments use to address concerns and to do better in the future. Water Resources Department, as it relates to the water outage of 2022, they did present some preliminary findings to council at your January 10th, 2023 meeting. Following that meeting, Water Department did a more detailed analysis of the incident causes, possible improvements, and that was what was used to create an after-action report and improvement plan to guide some of the operational improvements that Water is already doing. Leslie's going to come up and talk about some of that in a minute. And then finally, the report was requested and released to the Independent Review Committee. As you know, that's the committee that council appointed at the January 10th meeting to do a comprehensive analysis of this event. So that committee does have this report as well, and I'll talk a little more about that, the timing of that at the end of this presentation. The report was also released to the media in response to a public records request. Just want to acknowledge that staff should have notified and provided copies of the report to council once it was decided that the report would be released. I do also want to take a second. The city we do have internal protocols in place. So typically, when there is the release of critical information to the media as part of a public records request, our internal protocols dictate that we share that with the elected body before that happens. In this instance, those protocols were not followed, and so I just want to apologize to the members of the council for that oversight and just acknowledge that in this case, we did not follow our internal protocols. So if there are no questions.
Oh, I have questions.
Okay.
The first question, can you help me understand, maybe I misunderstood what you said. Are you saying that we regularly use taxpayer dollars to create after-action reports that we don't consider a public record? And if so, can you give me an example? Because that would seem so strange.
So the after-action reports are typically created by the departments. So the internal staff do that. Those are operational internal documents. They help departments improve performance or make adjustments. Those, of course, are public records. The only extent to which they're not a public record is if there is safety-sensitive information included in that report. So that would then need to be redacted before it could be released.
Or personnel.
Or personnel, right,
Yeah,
and it takes
elements,
time.
there's always elements of a after-action report that may or may not be a public record.
Thank you for clarifying
Yeah.
that, because I know folks are curious, and I certainly was too, the way I heard that, maybe I misunderstood. The second thing, my concern wasn't that the report would be available when it would be released, but this isn't the first time that a report was available to staff that wasn't available to us to review in enough time. And I do think that it's very possible that our public tax dollar records, once they're available, should be public so we can all gain understanding, because the press is part of securing our democracy. So I guess my curiosity is, I still don't know when this report was even available. And maybe there's not an answer for that today, but it's an important question. If the report was available a month ago and we were just like holding out, then that was a whole month that could have been like better understanding what happened. So that's still a question for me.
But isn't part of
And then
it-
if I could, we are going to get into the presentation. This is kind of some of the key takeaways. We've got several other slides.
Maybe we should get to the end of the presentation and do.
Yeah.
Because maybe some of this will be covered.
Yeah, I've got a summary of
A
events
timeline.
at the end where we can kind of walk through dates and that type. So that was a good question. I think we can address that at the end of the presentation. Also appreciate your clarifying question about the public records piece. I don't want to confuse people with that, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
If there's no other questions, I'm going to ask Leslie Carrera to come up and move through the next part of the presentation.
Good evening. Since I've already been introduced, you know who I am. It's very nice to be here this evening and to have an opportunity to talk with you. So I get sort of the boring part, I guess. Just to describe you, to give you some more information on what an after-action report is. What we do in water is we do after-action reports as a document that summarizes key information gathered during the evaluation of an incident. The report identifies improvements and provides for more efficient and effective response to future incidents. These types of reports are technical in nature and are a best practice. The Water Resources Department deals with a multitude of common and uncommon incidents on a regular basis. Therefore, Water Resources Department completes these types of reports for a variety of situations. So our standard response and documentation, the typical process for our department that our department follows for incidents that impact the safety of a customer, an employee, or the environment is to complete a root cause analysis. The Water Resources Department uses a corrective preventative action report form to determine the cause, solutions, short and long-term changes and deadlines. The incident at Christmas was very large and complex in nature. Therefore, the best format that we felt was most useful was the Homeland Security's After Action Report Improvement Plan format. And that's why we use that format as opposed to what we normally use. So the objectives of an After Action Report, we want to compile and review the data collected during the incident. The After Action Report further analyzed the causes for the Mills River Water Treatment Plant going offline, the loss of water service in the southern and western areas of our distribution system, to increase resiliency during extreme weather events, customer communication improvements, determine potential outside resources. It also allows us to reflect on our strengths and weaknesses of each objective during the incident, determine and implement actions for improvement. So I wanted to update you on some of the things that have changed, the status of identified improvements. Many of the corrective action items listed in the improvement plan have already been completed. More comprehensive list of equipment, specifications, and vendors. The Mills River Water Treatment Plant, new chemical feed lines, extra installation, replacement of mechanical equipment have already taken place. Staffing to perform essential functions, and a department public information officer have been requested in our FY24 budget. Long-term improvements also include CIP planning, regular scheduled cross-training and mentoring during incidents, and those are two separate things, just to keep in mind, they're not one and together. Other improvements will be addressed in the Mills River miscellaneous plant improvement project. It's kind of written wrong there, phase 2. So you may be aware we've been doing phase 1, that's almost complete. And we have a phase 2 already in design that we received a $5 million grant from the state through ARPA, and that should go out to bid, we hope, before September. And then, I think Ben, oh, he's behind you. It's you, unless you have any questions for me, I could go back. Okay?
I just have one general question, and this may be really obvious. So the larger report and incident that we still expect to come in the future.
From the task force?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it also going to review other potential needs for repair? Like, I'm glad that we've gone out and insulated extra and stuff, but the reason it wasn't already insulated is because we didn't know that it was an issue.
It was insulated. This was extra insulation.
Right, okay, well.
Just want to clarify that. It's important.
I guess I was speaking more to the equipment that I thought we learned was outdoors. Anyways, I'm just wondering if there is going to be a review into other things we may not know could be future problems? Or are we just analyzing what happened and how to fix what happened? Could there be other external equipment out there that we're not aware of needs installation, for example? Is that being looked at in this process?
So my interpretation of the Independent Review Committee, from the questions that they've asked and the data that they've requested and the meetings that we've had, are they're taking a broad look at the situation, and that they are also going to come back with some recommendations. So
Great.
that will be helpful because
That covers that.
they're
I just
a little
wasn't
bit different
sure.
perspective than we have.
Yeah.
I can tell you that my staff has sat down with our engineering firm that's for the Phase 2 project, and they've made some modifications in those designs to address some of the issues we ran into at the plant.
And I don't know if you want to get into this tonight, but there is already the long-term CIP plan. So I'm assuming that that includes plans for the plants, plans for the transmission system. I'm using multiple utility lingo. But I mean, so maybe some.
Do you know what I mean though? Like how do we, or is anybody studying what we don't know? You know, because we have issues from what we don't know.
What comes up for me too is like, what I can glean on this is that a really essential first step that staff did in this is a root cause analysis. When you identify the root cause of the disruption, then you come up with strategies to prevent that in the future. And I would hope that the independent review committee would review staff's root cause analysis and improve upon it, check it, see if they uncover new things, because if we get to the wrong route, then we're solving wrong problems. And so having outside eyes with fresh lens, different experience, really making sure that that's a solid foundation to build from, I hope would be part of the independent review committee work.
They do have that document.
Great.
And I think, I mean, to you all's credit, that's why you formed and created the Independent Review Committee to look at not only what happened, but did we miss some critical steps or decision-making, or from a capital perspective, is there key items we need or should have had
How can we be
to
better?
prevent this in the future and or to prevent it from happening?
Okay, that covered it. Thank you.
I have a question about a budget line item that I don't yet see like a price tag for, and maybe it's because we don't have it yet. During the water outage, I think folks, what I was hearing folks say is they were expecting some sort of like status update bar. Like if I'm expecting a package, then I know if there's a delay because I get an alert and I know what the delay was. Maybe it was transportation issues or something like that. So if there was a part missing, we could have communicated that. And when the part came, but it required another part, and then so there was another delay, we could have communicated that. The concept that we would have a status bar for when someone's going to turn on the water tap and receive water sounds like a much sounds like a very expensive process and data set to have, which is so different than we've talked about with Duke Electricity. It's just a different utility to have to measure, especially with our topography. So while I see like hints in that direction that we're going to work on that because people were very upset that they weren't turning on the water and receiving water, that data was available to them when they went to the tap. And I would love to know if we're going to be focusing a lot of our energy on real-time analysis, what is the price tag? And will that get us in the way of doing the infrastructure improvements that should be a higher priority, maybe?
I thought that was
This is
dependent.
already, it's in the works, I think, so.
Yeah, I think it's dependent
If we let
on
Ben
meter
tell us, we
updating.
could tell, Ben would tell, maybe Ben's gonna tell us.
So I think obviously investing in the system and the infrastructure is of the utmost importance, and that's in our cities, in your CIP, our CIP will continue to be. I do think in terms of how we can provide notice and share information more real time, that's always a goal. That's a goal for every department. I don't think that would ever replace the basic needs of providing a core service. But to somewhat answer your question, I know this is actually in the after action report, I know water is gonna try to use the GIS system in a more robust way to have maps and show better indications of outage areas and things like that. Nice. That's something internally they're doing. I know I don't want to get out of line here, y'all, water, but I know the AMI project, the first phase of that's really customer focused in terms of having smart meters. But I think the AMI technology in the future may allow for some additional modules or or better ways to manage our water system overall. I don't want to give, that's years off, that's in the future, but there's always technology improvements that become available.
And
but I
technology
don't-
improvements have a cost, so I
Correct.
would think we
But-
should communicate
But I
what that
don't
is
think that would
public.
be at the expense of the investments and the infrastructure needs that we have as a city.
And one of the committees that has been formed from the Independent Review Committee is around communication, and I can't imagine that they would not be recommending.
Well, I mean, there's two parts to the communication. I think there's the, how do you handle a crisis communication. I think what you're talking about, though, is the move in
Status.
technology from a systems basis where you get real-time data. Because right now, we have radio, whatever it's called, so
Right.
we don't get real-time data, which is how water systems, as I understand it, have functioned all over until they can get the funding and move to the next level of technology. It was my understanding that we have that in the planning process already, and I know the water director's here, so maybe you can speak to it, but it was my understanding that was kind of already.
Well, I still think we should communicate the cost. There is
Oh,
gonna be,
yeah,
if we're
no,
gonna be like, we're
yes,
gonna raise the
I-
water rates, and so
Yes.
that you will have the same information
understand.
that you would get when you turn on your tap. I just wanna be able to communicate to people what they're investing in.
Yeah,
and
and-
how we're
or-
managing that investment.
Or the
And we're just
entire
not there
capital
yet.
budget for the water system, frankly.
We're just not there yet.
Well, I mean, we have that information, we just need to,
The cost.
we don't have it sitting. Well, we have the information around the capital, the multi-year capital plan and the costs related to capital improvements, so.
I guess I'm expecting that we'll learn things from the independent review committee, that there's
In
still some
addition to
unknowns.
what we
Yeah,
already have planned.
Right.
That's correct.
and that we wouldn't know those costs yet. so.
Does anyone here want to speak to the issue about the technology piece on real-time data? Real-time, outage or usage data?
We can have a water meeting with our Water Resources Department Director, David Melton. So yeah, I'll let David speak to that.
Yeah, and it's from utility to utility, talking about Duke Energy. It's a much different utility than water. You've got the electric currents, the communication, all that kind of in one package, right? Water's a little bit more difficult. Just to give you an example, we looked at alternative with AMI project, this present project, just for automatic shut-off valves, which would help with move-ins, move-outs, that kind of thing. It was another $20 million. So, excuse me, so there is a big cost difference, but moving forward, those costs are likely to go up as well. So we'll have to balance and see, what do we want and what do we want to pay for it, basically.
And what about meter technology? What are we working on there with meter technology?
Well, the technology we'll have with the AMI system is.
What does AMI stand for? Pretend like we don't know anything about this, because we don't.
Advanced Metering Infrastructure, which does reduce truck rolls and things like that. We'll still have to roll trucks for service orders and some of the things, it will take some way, but some will remain. And like Ben said, this is going to be very customer-centric. You can pull up your account, you can look at reports, much like Duke sends out now. You use this, your kind of, your neighbors or the average use this, so you can kind of gauge where it's at, and you can better manage your water usage as well, and detect leaks earlier, private side leaks. So that's some of the advantages that we get with this.
Some of this could be
solution.
a hard conversation, right? If that's 20 million for the
Well,
one
so
step.
just to be clear, Dave, you're talking about a project that's already happening.
That's correct.
Okay, so that advanced metering project is already underway. So,
Okay.
And this
What
would
about
be
the automatic
add-ons
shut-off?
to that.
Is the automatic shut-off also underway?
It's not.
no,
Okay.
he's giving you an
That
example.
would have been an extra
Okay.
$20 million on
Right.
top of the
Yeah.
27, around at
So,
30.
but right now, for example, I think to read meters, we have to drive a truck down your street, read your meter, so that we can, so this would move us to the next level.
Sure, yes.
To be able to collect that data in a central location, you don't have to quote-unquote roll trucks, as you say, but,
Right.
but I don't know if it's real-time or if it's more,
It's close to real
Close-
time, and
closer.
we can adjust the system. There's a lot of technical things in the background that, deal with the batteries, and depending on what intervals you do that. Typically, a lot of utilities do 4 hours, and that's probably what we'll start. So you'll have information updating every 4 hours. But if
And a customer would have access to that information.
that's correct.
So for example, if you had a water leak and nobody knew it, and you didn't find out till you got a bill, this would enable you access to the information in your account. You could see something like that happening.
That's right. Exactly what you just described is where we're at now. Sometimes you might not know it till you get a bill, where you could call up the account. And there's also, the customer can set alarms and do different things. If my usage is, out of the ordinary for a period of time, they get text, that kind of thing, so alarms. So it's really, like I was saying, this phase is really customer-centric.
So, but in terms of a water outage, if we had a large water outage, would it provide you closer to real-time information in a water outage situation?
Not at this stage. That would be another add-on where you can add like pressure sensors, different flow sensors, that type of thing, and we can actually hook it up and make it a part of our non-revenue water program where we have zone meters in different places that we could get those alarms that come in that the zone meter is up out of the ordinary for whatever reason. That way we could roll staff to see.
So I'm assuming that'll be a recommendation coming out of the task force, probably to help us handle water outage situations with more information.
So we had just 2 more slides?
So last slide real quick, just to summarize, and 2 observations based on council's conversation. One is the independent review committee, as you can see in the second to last bullet, they do have the water department's after action report and improvement plan. They have a tremendous number of documents. By design, the staff's not a part of that. We don't have access to their work, so I can't tell you everything they're doing. But I know they meet regularly. They have subcommittees. They've done a tremendous number of interviews. Probably some of you have been interviewed. They've done plant tours. If you remember at your last, so they've come here and done tours. At your last agenda briefing, Jay Dundas was here and talked about, we're paying for a modeling study at their request. So I know that group is putting tremendous energy and effort into their review, and that is still scheduled to be available at the end of May. So I do want to highlight that, yes, that is forthcoming with a suite of recommendations. The other piece I would note about the after action report is when water, and you can see here in the slide deck, and I'll just get to that. So in December 29th, in the midst of the outage, we were in the middle of it, we got our first request for the after action plan. So again, we had a media request for a plan that wasn't even created yet. So just want to give context for the basis of that request. But they, as we all have said, probably understand that departments typically do after action reports and improvement plans after events. January 4th, the water service was fully restored. On January 10th, staff came to council. We gave a summary of incident and communication timelines, did a review of some of the immediate after incident actions that water was taken, and of course council established that independent review committee. And just a note, as you can see, January 9th to 24th is when the water department, and they were doing this really the whole time, but they began their process to develop this after action plan. And that's important because what I want to reiterate is it was still January, it was still cold. We could not have this happen again. So I think that's part of why the water department immediately started putting together this after action report to begin implementing measures to ensure it didn't happen again. So again, you have to view that as an operational document, and it was created in its time as they were still trying to work through that outage and be prepared. January 30th, 2023, I think it was asked earlier, the after action report was completed. And as I said, water began implementing the improvement plan. March 1st, 2023, the report was released to the independent review committee. That committee has signed a non-disclosure agreement, so they have access to a number of resources and records that were created as part of that outage. And then finally, on April 19th, 2023, the report was released to the media after the redaction of sensitive security information. And I want to end my part of the presentation by, again, apologizing to council directly for not providing that report sooner and before the media release.
Can we go back to that slide? I hear you, and I don't want you to be all alone in that. Like, I want to share responsibility, but it looks like it's 10 weeks of not having a closed session, which we could have had, which I asked about. We could have, if there were freezing days and we had another water outage, we could have shared responsibility. And I think that's the part that I worry about, is in our fear and our risk assessment, we end up with analysis paralysis instead of sharing responsibility. And it's really hard to be part of a team and just hope that someone will apologize at the end. I don't want to throw people under the bus. I want to get people on the bus. I just can't get people on the bus if I don't have the papers.
So
So
you're
that's my
talking
ask.
about, the after action?
Yeah, January
so-
30th, it's completed. March 1st, it goes to the independent review. We had multiple closed sessions scheduled between them. We easily could have released this to council. So in the future, I would like to have a shared responsibility personally, instead of just waiting for which staff member is going to apologize for not getting the document to council. It seems unfair.
So maybe Brad can speak to this, but well, or maybe somebody knows, was it still in draft form January 3rd? Like why if we provided it to the independent review committee under a non-disclosure agreement, and I guess if that was because they needed to do their work and the reports were issued at the same time, what changed? Like why did it not, was it no longer under an NDO and suddenly was available? I mean, because the way, when this came out, I called Brad and asked what kind of what was going on. And one of the, from my conversation with him, it was sort of, my understanding is that it had become available to be released to the public, but I don't know what thing happened to make it available
Yeah, that
to the
doesn't
public.
feel all the way true when I see these dates and timelines.
Well, I mean, I don't know I guess, so maybe there's some more information about that.
And I would invite Ben to talk about some of the specifics with regard to the report itself. But as to the dates, I think there's a couple of important pieces of information to be aware of. So with regard to the January 30 date, which is what is listed here on this slide as the date the after action report was completed, and then that being provided to the independent review committee approximately a month-ish later. During that time, Ben may be able to speak specifically to what was going on there. Now, we are providing things to that review committee upon request. So I don't think we are dictating exactly what they're going to get, when they're going to get it. We're being much more responsive in terms of what they want. And we knew this is something they would want, so I can't tell you exactly when they requested it. But what is important here is that there is a delay between the time it was completed and the time it was produced as part of a public records request. Primarily for one reason, or two reasons really, and it is that, number one, there is a period in there where staff had to review the completed report and go through the process to determine if anything in there was not producible because it included sensitive security information. We're required to redact those things. So there was a period where the entire report had to be reviewed from legal and the operational staff perspective to be able to remove those things. The additional delay, which is somewhat contemporaneous, is that we have one individual who responds to public records requests in the city, and we have hundreds and hundreds of public records requests. So this one, when it came up, is when we actually started the process of review and getting it ready to be able to put out. Prior to that, we were completing public records requests that we had received prior to this, as we do first in, first out. Now, with regard to the NDO that the independent review committee, and Ben, I'll have to lean on you to verify this. My assumption there is that what they received is the non-redacted version of this, which included all of the information, which is both public and non-public information, to give them the complete picture for review, which is why they received that report under a non-disclosure agreement, different from what was produced to the public, which under law required us to redact certain information.
So when the report was ready to be made available to the request was after staff was done with their process of reviewing it to make sure everything could be, so that probably needs to be added to this timeline,
Yes.
because that's not clear in this timeline. It just looks like, hey, this report was ready and nothing was changed about it, and then it was produced. So it would be helpful to add that information that it wasn't yet in a public records producible form yet. It hadn't been reviewed for information that couldn't be disclosed because it's personnel related or something else.
Yeah, we say media after the redaction of sensitive security information is when we did the public records. release.
So maybe just to clarify the timeline, that was the date that the redaction was completed.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
And just one quick, I do want to fill in a date gap that was asked about. So the first meeting, and you're right, City Attorney Brad Branham's correct, that the documents that have been provided to the IRC are based upon what they're asking for. So we are trying to be responsive to their needs. And so just a caveat that the first meeting of the IRC was actually February 20th. So my understanding is that the initial documents that were shared in March were really a response or part of like giving that committee what they needed to do their work. But again, they didn't start meeting until February 20th. So just to give that why there's a gap between the 30th and March 1st.
So I know I'm getting in the weeds here, but I just want to like zoom out a little bit and say that there was a really good conversation, a really good conversation, or many, at the Environment and Safety Committee today. And one is, this is an opportunity, though an unfortunate one, to learn. As we look at what our emergency response and neighborhood and climate resilience looks like, I really cannot overstate this enough, that this is not the first emergency that this community is going to face. And if we put protecting the organization over a quality, equitable service outcomes, we are all going to fail, and we can't share the work if we don't have the information. So I want our community to hold us all accountable to doing better. I think it's why an open records policy is important. And I want to help, but I can't help if we don't have the information.
And the only other thing that I would like to add is when we provided a presentation on January the 10th, for the most part, about 75% of what is included in the document, other than the improvement plan, because staff was still working through all of that information, you got it on January the 10th. We didn't withhold any information, again, other than as part of the improvement plan, because they were still documenting, here's are the things that happened, and here's what we need to do to improve upon and minimize or mitigate that happening again. And then we started implementation. So I just want to make sure you all understand there was nothing nefarious or withholding or any of that that we were trying to do. These documents are prepared from the smallest leak to the large area leaks. And we don't normally provide the after-action reports to council. They're more operational.
Okay,
So we
yep.
appreciate your time, and we really, really apologize for having this much.
I actually
on the
appreciate
agenda.
hearing, I think it was earlier said, when Ben first stood up, that these kind of incident and after-action reports are fairly common and not typically released to us. That made me feel a little better as the person that got the call from the media, that that's not really how this normally happens, so I appreciate that insight.
And really, the place I'm most excited for is from the Independent Review Committee, because, I can look at actions I've done and miss the same blind spots every time. That's just human. And so I think it's good process that our staff did that through the after-action review. And the reason we want the Independent Review Committee is to help make us better.
Absolutely.
And so have them see what the blind spots are. And so really, I read through this. It didn't shed a lot of new light on any of the information I'd had before. It would, I felt like it was a surprise and that felt uncomfortable, but I really want to know where we're going, and I look forward to the Independent Review Committee giving us that, and helping us see what we couldn't see ourselves, or see ourselves in even better light.
Okay, unless there's any other questions or comments, we're going to move on to the public hearings agenda. The first item on our public hearings agenda is a public hearing to consider a conditional zoning at 16th Restaurant Court from office/business district to residential expansion/conditional zone for the purpose of developing multifamily affordable housing. Clay Mitchell, welcome.
Mayor,
Please
Councilor, thank
introduce
you.
yourself to us.
My name is Clay Mitchell. I am, I don't know how long I can get away with this, a recent hire in planning and urban design. I moved here from New Hampshire, and I've been a planner for 25 years. I'm also an attorney, but I'm admitted in New Hampshire. I haven't decided if I want to take the bar.
You don't.
And here I am for my first conditional zoning.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. So this is the property located at a road called Restaurant Court. It's off Tunnel Road. It is a private road. In front of the property, out and between Tunnel Road and the parcel, is the Mountaineer Inn. To the north is a steakhouse, I forget which one, Longhorn, Outback, one of those. And then to the south and to the west is a residentially lower, middle kind of density development. And then all along Tunnel Road is kind of corridor-based development. To the greater north of the property is Innsbrook Mall, and then to the south is Asheville Mall. So this is kind of an area of transition from corridor development to residential development. The current zoning is office business. The proposed zoning is residential expansion. Office business does allow residential development, but not at the density that this development is seeking. So we have a conditional zoning. Future land use designates this, and this, I wanted to highlight that it is urban corridor, but it also abuts traditional neighborhood. And as staff analyzed it, it felt that this multifamily development actually comports with both of those, and it provides a transition from commercial to residential, and both future land use designations include recommendations for residential expansion. So no change in the future land use designation is required. This is what I guess you would call the gray infrastructure of the project. You see the parking in the middle, kind of an L-shaped building. At the front is a community amenity building. It's one building with one roof that has two separate parts. Part of it is a leasing office. The other part are indoor amenities serving the facility. You see immediately south of that is a playground. There's bike parking. There's a covered picnic area in the lower right. And the number of parking spaces is going to be about 25. Depending on ultimate development choices, the number of handicap spots will be determined, but they will provide the minimum. The pink line is a new retaining wall. I don't know if you're familiar with Restaurant Court, but it's a very steep climb. There's already retaining walls on the property. The property has been cleared and leveled and has been contained within those retaining walls. There's a significant amount of, this is the green infrastructure, significant amount of plantings along the buffer, and you can see from the application and from the image, significant amount of landscaping, both for the parking areas, the building. There's an area that requires a 20-foot buffer because it abuts residentially zoned. And they also propose tree canopy protection by being able to preserve some of the signature trees in the buffer. This is the elevation from the interior of the building. It's essentially the same on the back. I didn't include all of that. Here on the left of the slide is the common building and the end caps of the building. All of the units in this development will be 100% or will be affordable at 80% AMI below. The project, in addition to support directly from the city, is seeking a number of tax credits and other programs to provide the support. So there will be a mix of affordability levels, but the applicant, the owner, can't determine exactly what those levels are going to be. 40 years is the minimum time with a goal to have permanent affordability. And as I promised the applicant during one of our earlier hearings, I want to call out the 20% or approximately 20% for youth aging out of foster care. I have a very close friend that works or is the executive director of a nonprofit that provides these kind of services in New York City. And it's a real important segment of housing that often gets underreported or not paid attention to. And I just thought it was a really special component of this application. As with conditional zoning, there will be some technical modifications. 60 parking spaces would technically be required. The applicant is asking for 25. The parking areas are located between the building and the main corridor. That is something that in the residential expansion district, we try to put the parking on the back. Sidewalks will be a minimum of 5 feet internal to the site, where residential expansion requires 10. And there are already existing sidewalks and a planting buffer along Restaurant Court. So adding 10-foot sidewalks would be, keeping the existing infrastructure is requested by the applicant. The front setback in residential expansion is supposed to be 15 feet. The applicant is asking for 5. This provides them with greater flexibility, allows to add those parking spaces along the front. There are no bike lanes or bike facilities on Tunnel Road or coming into Restaurant Court, but the Planning and Zoning Commission has asked, and the applicant has agreed to put sharrows on the entranceway and to have a good faith discussion in the future if those types of amenities are supplied. One last point about transit. At Tunnel Road, immediately at the bottom of Restaurant Court, there's an outbound stop, which is a sign right in front of the Mountaineer Inn, and there's an inbound stop with a shelter across the street. Those transit stops support 4 separate routes, so there's a significant connection to public transportation, both inbound and outbound to city center, as well as to employment opportunities. Again, part of the comprehensive plan goals. So the site is designated, like I said, urban corridor. It provides infill development, both in the traditional neighborhood, which abuts this site, and urban corridor. Residential expansion is a zoning that is recommended for the areas. It supports a number of goals in the comprehensive plan: increased mixed use along transit corridors to bring both residents as well as employment opportunities on the same corridor, and obviously increasing and diversifying the housing supply. Promotes the development of affordable housing. 100% of the units are proposed to be affordable. This was not reviewed by the technical review. This came forward as another application a long time ago. This date should read March 6, 2023. It was approved by the Technical Review Committee, approved with conditions. That was my error. It was approved on April 5th, 2023 by the Planning and Zoning Commission at a unanimous vote with some discussion about transit, and the sharrows were ultimately arrived on and requested as a condition. We concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we recommend that you approve this proposed conditional zoning. Thank you.
Clay, was there any, I've received a couple emails from concerned neighborhoods just about the project in general, but I didn't receive anything specific to parking. Was there ever any concern from any of these meetings that the parking was inadequate?
We talked about the parking a lot. One of the challenges is that you can't park on the street.
I just mean with the neighbors.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, not the
Okay,
neighbors.
I didn't think so. I didn't hear anything either, so I just want to make sure.
And I can go back. The property looks closer to the abutting area. There's really no connection between this parcel and Bowcatcher Road, which I believe is immediately to the south. And so the only people that use this road are Big Sky Real Estate Association and the steakhouse. And there's hundreds of parking spaces in that steakhouse. So there was some discussion and recommendations to the applicant about talking with those folks about maybe shared parking if there's a concern. But, as planners, we're always trying to move away from parking areas.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I just wanted to see if any neighborhoods spoke up about it. Okay, and then just for council's clarity, I'm going to highlight something that I'm going to highlight in another review later. This is talking about setbacks on the rear and side of 15 feet, okay? So I'm gonna bring this up later. So in this case, we just have commercial and residential expansion. But I'm running into an overlap issue where this rule isn't consistent throughout the UDO. So I'm just highlighting it, irrelevant to this project.
Great.
The setback requirement.
Yeah, the setback is fine here. But I would
setback
just point out that in some of these, you can actually get a rear setback of 10 feet adjacent to a commercial, which we're going to see later tonight. So I saw the reduction of the front. I didn't know
Are you saying there's a hodgepodge of requirements in our
It's
UDO?
specific to the adjacency of residential, multifamily, and residential commercial. They are different, and for some reason, commercial is allowed to be closer to residential than multifamily is. I was just pointing it out as, you know,
The reason being it was probably drafted at a different time.
very different time, but things we need to work on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
I think you did a great job, and clearly you did your homework and were ready to present this tonight after a very difficult conversation, so you knocked it out of the park. I ask this question every time. So, when we're looking at meeting our carbon reduction goals and neighborhood resiliency goals, we need to partner for renewable energy. And when we don't, I've learned that when we don't ask this question early enough, folks just spread air conditioning units all over new development. So my ask is, what's the plan for renewable energy? And are the current plans going to prohibit the future installation of renewable energy like solar panels? Or are folks starting to anticipate that I ask this every time?
And somebody from Mountain Housing might be here to speak on it, but.
So I have anticipated this question from you, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I have a lot of background personally and professionally in working in the energy field. And I met with Mountain Housing Opportunities a couple of times to go over this. One more generally, and second specific to this site. We are in very interesting times in terms of developing renewable energy. The city has its own goal. You have an overarching 100% renewable goal by 2042, which means we need to get to work if we're going to achieve that goal. What's interesting about the time that we're in is the entire industry has been turned on its head in a good way because of the provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act. So this act has two components that affect Mountain Housing Opportunities, opportunities?
Opportunities.
In significant ways. One is, and this is particularly important in North Carolina. North Carolina law does not allow a nonprofit or a tax-exempt entity to contract with a third party to own the array of a renewable energy system so that they would be able to leverage the tax credits and bring that benefit to the host. Not allowed in a significant portion of North Carolina. So it's difficult for groups like that to be able to leave that kind of money on the table when you're talking about these kinds of systems. What the Inflation Reduction Act has done has, one, extended the tax credit, so now it's 30% until 2032, I believe, but it's also provided an opportunity for direct pay to tax-exempt organizations, including the city of Asheville, which would mean that you would be able to build a solar array, qualify for the tax credit, so to speak, and receive a direct payment from Treasury equivalent to that tax credit amount. In addition,
And address the affordability of utilities, which impacts the affordability of housing.
Exactly. And not only that, but the Inflation Reduction Act also creates adders where you can add 10% to that 30% if you use domestic content in the renewable energy system. You can add another 10% if you're in what's known as an energy community. And City of Asheville has 4 census tracts that are actually in energy communities because a coal plant was retired. So now we're at 50%. If you then qualify under the affordable housing components, and there's 2, you could add another 10. So you could be at 60 or 70% tax credit, which means a well-placed system that followed all of those rules could get 70% of the value rebated back directly to them. That makes these kinds of, the problem is we don't know what the rules are. Treasury is struggling to get that information out. So the way I would answer that is, given MHO's past performance in adding renewable energy to their facilities, they will be taking advantage of this, and I've offered to be a part of that with them. And Will and I have been discussing about how to bring this question up forward in our review process, particularly in light of these provisions, because it's a different world out there with this. And it really means a lot to North Carolina, where tax-exempt entities can't do power purchase agreements with third-party providers.
Thank you for taking the time to dig into the details for my benefit, but also for the public. I have a second thing that came up, and this isn't the first project that I've seen this, but not having bike lanes when we're so close to transit seems like we're missing an opportunity for future clean, safe, and healthy communities, which is a priority of this council. We have the second highest bike pedestrian accident ratio in the state. We know there's going to be youth living in this facility. Some may or may not have access to a car. We also know that NCDOT has a complete streets policy, so does the city. We also know that we have the Asheville in Motion Plan and tunnel road plans. So what I'm hoping is that in the future, we see a lot less of no bike lanes in the development, because it sounds like we're like touting it as a positive thing, and I can't think of anything farther from the truth for long range.
Are you talking about internally putting
Internal
a bike
bike.
in the parking lot?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I'm talking about prioritizing the safety of the people coming and going, not just in a car. And it does keep coming up in a lot of housing developments that it's like, and there will be no bike lanes. And it's like, oh, that sounds terrible for all the people that aren't accessing it with a car, which also impacts
Yeah.
parking. And the more you have to build parking, the less affordable housing.
Can I just ask a question about, so the access to this, wait,
Sorry.
if we go back to the,
You want to,
I mean, they kind of have a very big bike lane, the whole road.
is they're on Restaurant Court, and I see it looks like there's one pull in and pull out right there, right?
yes.
Okay,
And
so
we're gonna
not,
put
because I
sharrows
was a little confused about the side, that's not a road, it's, so you're talking about marking a bike lane at the entrance exit?
Like a
Yes,
sharrow?
and I hear what the ask was for a sharrow as a condition. That's at the entrance, and then it stops being safe for the person who lives there and is on a bike. I just know that it's coming up in a lot of our housing development, especially affordable housing. And I think we need to keep an eye on it. It doesn't reflect, I think, our long-term goals for.
So, I mean, I
multimodal
guess I would
safety.
ask from a planning perspective, have you, I mean, we had a project in West Asheville that had a long entrance road. You know, you had to go quite a, it wasn't just, you were gonna have to navigate with cars in and out of that entrance. So do you have a recommendation around best practice for
I think
accommodating bikes when you have a site plan like this?
I think we're gonna have to look at, in addition to electric vehicle charging that doesn't impede the ADA accessibility of the small sidewalks that we're allowing this development to have, we're also gonna have to have a plan for everyone to get to the front door safely who lives in this building and future buildings. And so when we have like an organizational problem
I'm
of
not
allowing the
disagreeing
bike
with you.
lanes
I'm
not
just
to
curious what the recommendation would be. I'm very supportive of, I know it's somewhat controversial in our community, but I'm very supportive of retrofitting all of our existing carways to be able to accommodate bikes and multimodal transportation. I'm just genuinely curious in a site plan like this where you're directly off of a road, what the internal piece of it could look like that would make sense, because you're in a parking lot. So I mean, obviously you've got pedestrian ways there that are created to cross the parking lot, which we require. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to come up with a better plan. It probably looks like multi-use paths. I just know that shares is the bare minimum, and so that's what P&Z has asked for as a condition. Once again, it's not just this, I think
It's
it's
not
an
a
internal
requirement,
problem.
so you're saying,
Some of this is chicken and egg, right? Like, if Tunnel Road had bike lanes, I'd be like, we need bike lanes right here.
we're never gonna let you
But-
answer this question. Okay.
To answer your 42 questions.
Oh, I didn't, I lost track that there was a question.
This is, we're very participatory council.
It's great. I love it. It's great to be here and to actually discuss this with you. Internally to the site, that is not something we spend a lot of time thinking about unless it would be along internal road, because we would imagine that most people would walk their bikes along the area to get to Restaurant Court, which becomes the different challenge. And there's two issues there. One, it's a relatively narrow road with a short run down to Tunnel, and it's private. This is not a city street. And so the limit of our authority on asking for things to be done is substantially curtailed. Notwithstanding that, we do explore every opportunity for bike paths and multimodal. I like to ride my bike. I ride it a lot. I love it. But the site specific, I'm going to go back a couple of slides, don't get dizzy. The proximity of the public transportation, and at least when I looked at ART's website, every single bus has bike racks on them.
Yeah.
And so the most we could anticipate is that people would, maybe ride that short distance down Restaurant Court or walk, and then walk the bike along the sidewalk to the bus stop, and then be able to get onto the bus. Absent that, we have to wait for some kind of update to Tunnel Road so that we could get some dedicated bike paths, because I believe that the average person drives 15 to 20 miles an hour over the speed limit on Tunnel Road. And that seems to be and so it's a dangerous road. It's hard to kind of navigate that road on a bike as it is today.
I hear you, and I have used my bike on Tunnel Road. So maybe we can put a bookmark on this, because I know that we have future plans for Tunnel Road, and I think that developing plans for the past or the current instead of developing plans for the future is short-sighted, and I don't think that's the goal for this. I want to support this project. It's just the third one that I can remember that has said, and this development has no bike lanes, being on the list, and it's something I think systemically we need to change.
So, and I think that, Brad, I'm looking at you, but I assume that would take a code change to add you tell me, we're talking here about bike lanes internal to the site. I don't know if this is like in the category of things where we can't mandate it, or if it is within the category of things where we can mandate it.
Like in a community benefits table?
Or incentivize, is it, so I guess that would be the question, is it like can we make it is it even potentially a requirement, or does it have to fall into the incentive category?
All three of those things are potentially yeses, and it depends upon the circumstances. So there is a limit to what we could mandate, and it's going to be somewhat site-specific. At a certain point, you get into what's called unconstitutional exactions, where you've essentially gone beyond a request that really deals with the impact of the particular project. There is an allowance for updating our code to require, just as we require setbacks and tree saves, some of these other provisions up to that point. And certainly beyond that point, there is allowance to incentivize that through some of the programs that we have in other areas right now. That would require us to update our UDO ordinances around that.
Thank you.
The development team is here as well, in case you have any questions for them.
Great job.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions beyond what we've exhaustively, Clay, thank you for enduring.
I mean, I have a bunch of questions that aren't about this project, but just like
Yeah, maybe we should do coffee or something.
the conversations that we're having of what our policy looks like, but not for this one.
Yeah, not on this. Any other questions? Anyone need the applicant to speak? I think we've actually learned a little bit about this project already previous to tonight.
I can make a motion.
Yeah.
So we're ready for a motion? Okay.
Make a motion to approve the conditional zoning request for the property located at 16 and 18 Restaurant Court from office business to residential expansion conditional zone, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community in that the request is 1, provides infill development in targeted growth areas, 2, increases the supply of affordable housing in proximity to schools, transit, and parks, and 3, promotes the development and availability of affordable and workforce housing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. We don't, I will open the public hearing, but we don't have anyone to sign up to speak, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Normally, I'd do the motion after that, but since there wasn't anyone signed up to speak, we went ahead. No, that was totally fine. I just want to say, I'm glad Mountain Housing is once again stepping up with a fantastic project, and it's a interesting component of this to 20% set aside for folks coming out of the foster care system, which we've learned in our country is fairly devastating for a lot of people who reach the age of adulthood. And during the point in time count this year that a lot of us participated in, I did have a chance to speak to one individual who was experiencing homelessness in Asheville and had come out of the foster care system and bounced around without any foundation. So I see this need, and I know it's complicated and there's lots of pieces to it, but if we can work on the housing piece, that's one piece of the puzzle. So I'm glad we're seeing this project. Thank you for bringing it forward.
I too love that, that component. Did we catch the timeline here? Was that mentioned? Next year, this year? What's the construction timeline? Sorry, Jeffrey, to make you get up there at the end, but did anybody hear?
This is your chance to introduce
Sorry.
yourself anyway.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Jeffrey Barton, Director of Real Estate Development at Mountain Housing Opportunities. Timeline for this is that we will be submitting this to North Carolina Housing Finance
That's what I
Agency for a 9% tax credit award. That application will go in May 13th. And then we expect to hear if it's awarded. It's a competitive application process, and we'll be hearing in September-ish whether it'll receive an award. If it does, then about this time next year, we could.
Okay, I didn't realize it was, I guess I was thinking it was a 4%. So that's 3 9% applications in the community this year?
But they're,
Yeah. Oh, it's only 2, not 3.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking it was 4%. That's all.
so
Now we know.
hopefully there's a plan B, just in case, but yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, next, now Will, you didn't distribute these right. You get the next 3. All right, the public hearing to consider rezoning properties at 35 Long Shoals Road from RS2 Residential Single Family Low Density District to Highway Business District. Will Palmquist will present this item.
Thank you, Mayor. You all are stuck with me for the rest of the public hearings tonight. Will Palmquist with Planning and Urban Design. Good evening. I'll be presenting this rezoning petition for the properties located at 35 Long Shoals Road. The zoning request focuses on these 3 properties located on Long Shoals Road, close by to Hendersonville Road, near the city's border with Lake Julian. The request is to rezone the 3 properties from residential single-family low-density RS2 to highway business HB district. Properties total about 5 1/4 acres. The existing future land use as shown in the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan is urban corridor. No change in that designation would be required for this rezoning. So just a slide to show, since this is a straight rezoning, there are no development plans or other conditions submitted with this application. So just to give a sense of the types of land uses that are allowed in the HB Highway Business Zoning District. It's pretty voluminous overall, different mixes of residential, institutional, recreational, different types of retail and service, food and beverage type uses, a very limited number of industrial uses, and then some miscellaneous uses as well, including drive-through facilities. The project or the request to rezone was approved at the April 5th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, a vote 4 to 1. The main concern expressed by the one dissenting commissioner was regarding just that array of permitted uses in the highway business district, including the drive-through facilities, which they felt was not the right character for this corridor. So some of the pros and cons of this rezoning as identified in the staff report, being that one of the pros is that there would be greater development potential along this thoroughfare that is seeing a lot of growth and redevelopment. Also the opportunity to create more of a uniform character between these 2 kind of sections of Long Shoals Road. One con is that there is the potential for conflict with adjacent single-family dwellings, which is somewhat mitigated by the orientation and siting of those structures and the required vegetated buffers between the zoning districts that I'll mention again on this slide. Sorry for all the text on this, but just to kind of outline some of the compatibility analysis that staff did in regards to this rezoning request, finding that the highway business district, the rezoning is compatible with the highway business zone property to the east along Long Shoals Road, which consists of a variety of retail and service uses. It would be consistent with the industrial zoning directed to the south of the properties, consistent with the residential multifamilies to the north, and consistent with the commercial business CB2 and residential expansion CZ properties located further west on Long Shoals Road. Staff identifies that the rezoning would be slightly incompatible with those adjacent single-family dwellings that are zoned a combination of RS2 and RS8. They're located to the east and the southeast of these properties. That conflict is somewhat mitigated. The structures are sited in a way that is not directly next to or abutting these subject properties, and also all properties zoned highway business are required to provide a 30-foot wide vegetated buffer when they're adjacent to residentially zoned land. So if and when these properties were to be developed, that buffer would be required at the time of their application to satisfy the required zoning. The rezoning request is consistent with the future land use map of urban corridor, which is described in part as redevelopment in the form of mixed-use residential, commercial, and office uses that place emphasis on pedestrian-friendly amenities and infrastructure, but also support a number of goals in the plan to prioritize growth and development within designated growth areas, to establish accessible and well-connected commercial nodes consistent with strategies outlined in the plan's growth areas, and to promote development in the growth areas identified in Living Asheville as a way of ensuring new development maximizes fiscal returns to the city. Therefore, staff concurs with the Planning and Zoning Commission and recommends approval of the proposed rezoning. I'd be glad to answer any questions. I believe the applicant is here tonight and also has a presentation as well, I believe.
So we'll be hearing a second presentation from the applicant?
I believe that is the intent. There is one queued and loaded.
Let's go ahead and hear it.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bob Oast. I'm with the local law firm of McGuire Wood and Bissett. I'm here representing the applicant for this rezoning. The applicant is here. Dr. Bill Chambers there in the back. Seated to his right is Clay Mooney, who's a local landscape architect. And to Dr. Chambers' left is Bill Bergen, a local realtor. And to his left is Renee Frazier. Do I have that right? Okay. I make sure I've got everybody's name right. They don't plan to participate in this presentation, but they may be able to answer some questions that I can't answer if you all have them. I'd like to say thanks to Will Palmquist for his thorough presentation. I'll try not to repeat too much of it. The first thing I want to point out, though, is that back on March 28th, Dr. Chambers scheduled a neighborhood meeting and invited all the adjacent residents, residents and property owners, using the same notification list the city had generated for its notification process. No one came, and since then, Mr. Mooney invited them on the invitation to give him a call if anybody had any questions. We've received no calls. And it's a meeting that is not required for these kinds of rezonings. As Mr. Palmquist pointed out, okay, sorry. There we go. All right. As Mr. Palmquist pointed out, we're seeking the rezoning of these three parcels that are currently zoned RS2, which is Asheville's lowest intensity zoning classification. It's 5.24 acres. It's right on the shore of Lake Julian, and it's on the border with the county. The property is almost square in shape. It's about 520 feet by 520 feet. It's the only access to this property is off of Long Shoals Road. There used to be a street that ran up, or at least a paper street that ran up the east side of that property, but that was closed back in 2019. This is your future land use plan. On my version, it's got the property circled, but I can't really point it out to you. But it's you can see it's right there where Lake Julian sort of projects up into right up next to Long Shoals Road. Here's the current zoning. You can see that to the east there is highway business, and that extends all the way to Hendersonville Road. On the west on the west and south, it really is property that's in the county, and so it doesn't have the city of Asheville zoning classification that you all used to seeing. But I can tell you that the zoning of that area is industrial or PS, public service, or EMP, which is employment. Those are the most intensive zoning classifications in the county. Some of that's to accommodate the Linamar facility, which is the entrance to which is on the east side of this property, or I'm sorry, the west side of this property. These are some photographs of the adjacent area. This slide and the ones I'm about to show you show the uses that are in the area. This is the residential area that's to the south and east of it. And despite what may appear on the GIS maps, there is no direct access to this area from Long Shoals Road. All the access into this area is from Hendersonville Road. And I think that's important because this is a residential area, and there would be no opportunity for some sort of backdoor access to this property through the residential area. Your code prohibits that. And as Mr. Palmquist pointed out, the way these houses are built, they're sort of oriented so they face away from the subject property where it to be developed. These are views looking east on Long Shoals Road towards Hendersonville Road, and you can see that the slide on the right is the entrance to the Linamar facility. The property that we're talking about begins just on the other side of this. These are some other slides showing development along Long Shoals Road. This is on the other side of Long Shoals. There is some construction in the area. Again, this is still on the other side of Long Shoals Road, but in the same area, in the same general area. This is a shopping center down to the west a little bit. And one of the reasons I wanted to show you all these slides is that you can see in every one of these slides, Long Shoals Road is a 5-lane road. It is no longer a country lane as it was when I was a kid. And it's designated in the DOT's hierarchy as a hierarchy of roads as a minor arterial, which I think means it's just below interstates in the amount of traffic that it's expected to carry. There's a major arterial, and interstates may be above that, but anyhow, minor arterial is a pretty busy road, and it's not going back the other way anytime soon. And that, I think that explains its designation of the comprehensive plan as an urban corridor. And I've highlighted some of the language here, which says that urban corridor is a workhorse street for transportation and commercial activity in Asheville, making up the major routes throughout the city. It says further down here that urban corridors are strong candidates for transit supportive zoning, which is what we're asking for. And highway business is one of the appropriate classifications. We think it's the most appropriate classification. Here's the purpose statement for the highway business district out of your code. It's established to address the needs of commercial development along major thoroughfares, which Long Shoals Road is, and it allows for development which enhances the function of the thoroughfare and sensitive to the appearance of the corridor. One of the points I meant to make when I was showing you the slides of the development that already exists along Long Shoals Road is that I think that it reflects the effect of the city's zoning ordinances. A lot of this area was developed after the city annexed the areas, and it's a pretty good quality. I think that's a reflection of the application of the city's codes for setbacks, sidewalks, landscaping, tree preservation, that kind of thing. By contrast, there are parts of Hendersonville Road that are not that are more sporadically developed, and the buildings are closer to the street. There's a lot more driveways, that kind of thing. So I think that what you see along Long Shoals Road does reflect the good. It's what I call good development, and it reflects the application of the city's codes. So these are, there are a lot of constraints in how this property can be developed, even if it's zoned to an HB classification. One is that there's a setback of 35 feet, which is less for every other zoning classification which is appropriate for this designation, other than commercial industrial, which is also 35 feet. The frontage the required frontage along the road is 100 feet, and for any other zoning classification, that required frontage is lower. Sidewalks are required. Because this is a DOT-maintained road, the driveway permits are issued by DOT, and I think that they only allow, I'm sure there are exceptions to this, there are to everything, but they only allow one driveway per 500 feet, which means that you could get like a driveway and a half on this property. And it'd probably be one in and out driveway and one right turn out kind of thing. The other thing I want to point out is that this any development of this property is likely to, or certainly could, approach 100,000 square feet, which means it's going to be subject to conditional zoning. It's a level three review, and so that would be your opportunity, if you wanted to impose the kinds of other site conditions that you can do through conditional zoning. And Ms. Rumney, this gets to the question you asked, and I just want to shorthand what I'm going to say by just referring to what Clay said earlier, because he gave a very good answer to your question. But there are, in that site plan review process, and even lower down level 2 process, there are opportunities to provide for things like the siting of air handling equipment, that kind of thing. I have been in many technical review committee meetings where these topics come up and changes are made to the site plan. And everybody knows it makes economic sense. It's important no matter what this property gets zoned to. And we hope it gets zoned to highway business.
There may be one to add there, the 50-unit minimum.
Pardon me?
The 50-unit is probably one you could add there, too.
Yes, that's a good point. The highway business zoning classification allows for a higher density of multifamily development, and so but that threshold is also applicable here if multifamily is.
Is that the goal, multifamily?
Pardon me?
Is that the goal, multifamily? You have a builder here. Have you all gotten to that point? Is there a goal?
We don't have any specific plans for this property. I've heard that, or the builder doesn't have any specific plans for this property. I've heard multifamily mentioned. I've heard medical offices mentioned. And so
okay.
it's
helpful.
big enough that you could do some of both, maybe. But the
Maggie's going to give you the hook. It's your timer.
Your time.
I'm almost at the end. This is an illustration prepared by Mr. Mooney that shows the 30-foot type B buffer adjacent to the residential properties. Your staff has recommended approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. This property is similar to zoning and development already in the area. Long Shoals Road I've already covered. It's consistent with your comprehensive plan. So I think, I'll be glad to answer any questions, but but we would ask you to trust your plan, trust your ordinances, trust your staff, and trust your Planning and Zoning Commission, and rezone this to highway business. Be glad to answer any questions if you all have them.
Anyone have any questions?
Just a general comment, 2 council meetings ago, we did another conditional zoning. There was a conversation at the dais about why are no designs and no designs, and I just want to point out
We
again.
did another rezoning, not conditional.
Sorry, rezoning. And just a reminder, it is not required that you share what you plan to build there to do a rezoning. That issue keeps coming up, so I'm just pointing it out again here.
I've sat through many of those conversations.
I do want to share just my input that we have a housing crisis. I don't think we have a medical office space crisis, but maybe we do. But just to encourage you to try and get some housing in there for us.
Or they could do both.
You could do both. However, housing.
Any questions for Mr. Ost? No? All right, thank you. Folks, we don't have anyone signed up to speak under this item, but I don't want to cut off any questions. Any further questions? Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. I'm going to close the public hearing, and now I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the conditional zoning request for the properties located at 35 Long Shoals Road from residential single-family low-density RS2 to highway business HB, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, and that the request, 1, prioritizes growth and development within designated growth areas, 2, establishes accessible and well-connected commercial nodes consistent with strategies outlined in the plan's growth areas, and 3, promotes development in the growth areas identified in the Living Asheville plan as a way of ensuring new development maximizes fiscal returns to the city.
Second.
That was really
All
long.
right, we have a motion and a second. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
There was a no?
Okay. Wait, I was going to say we could raise our hands, but Maggie's got it. All right, thank you very much. That concludes this matter. Next, we have a public hearing to consider an amendment to a conditional zoning ordinance for properties located at 3124/3130 Sweeten Creek Road for the purpose of making amendments to the site plan. Will Palmquist is back again.
Thank you, Mayor. Will
Fairhaven
Palmquist
Summit
with
is
Planning and
back.
Urban Design. I will be presenting this conditional zoning amendment request for the project known as Fairhaven Summit Apartments. The property is located at 3124 Sweeten Creek Road in South Asheville, just a little bit south of Mills Gap Road. You can see that it's currently a wooded lot that's vacant with one kind of single-family house located in this kind of crutch of the site here between 2 existing multifamily housing projects. The existing zoning is already residential expansion conditional zone per a approved conditional zoning last summer. The project is coming back for some amendments that rose above what staff could approve administratively, so is here before you this evening. Future land use designation is residential neighborhood. No change in that would be required. So this slide shows the overall master site plan, just to kind of illustrate how the development is clustered in the front half of the site. It's a relatively steeply sloped site. It's also in a steep slope area, which is due mainly to the elevation of the property. There are a couple different kind of steep slope zones that the project is working within, but they are clustering their project towards Sweeten Creek Road and leaving the basically rear half of the site undisturbed. So now a little more detail about what's being proposed and what are some of the changes from the last application that you all approved last summer. Overall, the programming and what they're proposing is not changing. It's still going to be 3 multifamily buildings with 77 affordable housing units. Access off Sweeten Creek Road is not changed, 135 parking spaces total. Sidewalks of 6 feet in width and a 19-foot wide planting strip on Sweeten Creek Road, 6 foot wide sidewalks internally. Essentially, what the changes include, one is relatively minor, which is that instead of doing the 2 northern buildings on the site that are proposed to be 200 and 300 Wayman Boulevard as their new address, as a kind of a combination 2- and 4-story building. Mostly due to cost, the applicant is now proposing just 3 stories, kind of a more basic design overall. What this does, though, to the overall site is that significantly more grading is required to get that base of the building up in order to do that 3 stories instead of 4 in some of those locations. And what's happening is that instead of a retaining wall along the front of the site and along the side of the site that maxes out about 20 feet in height, the applicant is now proposing a retaining wall that maxes out around 38 feet in height. So it would run essentially starting below the clubhouse building. It would be about, I guess it would be 0 feet at this location. It would run for about 300 feet along the front, I believe, to about 38 feet in height. And then at the high point, slope back down to the east to a height of 9 feet at this location. So those are really the main changes that are driving this conditional zoning amendment for the project. Just to illustrate the grading plan and give you a sense of the proposed grading, which is relatively significant. Here are the building elevations. This is the building on the south portion of the site, which is proposed not to be modified. It's a combination 3 and 4 stories. And then elevations of the 2 other buildings, which are relatively similar looking, that are more traditional 3-story style building in height. And this is the clubhouse building located at the front portion of the property. So there are a number of conditions for this project. The main one being that all 77 units will be designated affordable for a minimum of 31 years to those earning an average of 60% AMI. So they're doing an income averaging approach to providing that affordability. There are a number of technical modifications, one of which is that the sidewalks are proposed to be 6 feet in width instead of the required 10-foot wide standard. As noted in the previous project, there are no bike lanes into the development. And I might just clarify, some of that is due to the fact that the residential expansion district states that bike lanes should be provided into the development. And maybe this is a newer interpretation, but staff and legal has taken that to mean that that's a requirement. And that's something that we'd have to modify through the UDO amendment process, and could be part of a larger examination of the expansion districts used for conditional zonings. But it is technically a requirement, so that's why we have it in these modifications.
So can you clarify that? Because
Sure.
we were having that conversation earlier.
Yes.
We actually do have a requirement in this instance, but we are overriding our own requirement at the potential missed opportunity of having multimodal infrastructure in this neighborhood?
It's a little bit context dependent. I think personally, not being a transportation expert or planner necessarily, having a blanket requirement for bike lanes in every multifamily development might be too blunt of a tool to try to achieve that goal. I mean, there are no bike lanes on Sweeten Creek Road, so thinking about the overall system, I think, is important. So if this was a project that had a lot of bike infrastructure in the area, might be a different conversation, but kind of a long sloping driveway with the bike lane on it, encouraging a bicyclist to travel unimpeded down that entrance driveway only to get to Sweeten Creek Road, is not what we're wanting to do, obviously. So I think there's a better approach of handling it. I don't know what it is. I know it's working with transportation staff and transportation planners to think of a better overall policy that fits within the city's overall multimodal transportation goals. I don't think the intent necessarily when the residential expansion district was written was to require bike lanes on every single project. The word should is, a little bit ambiguous, but is more of a requirement.
That's the
And I
word
certainly,
should.
yeah, I would
That's the
say.
word.
Shall, not may.
Should.
Yeah.
Should.
So,
I didn't mean for you to have to get in the weeds. Number one,
Sure.
we do have future plans for Sweeten Creek. Number two, we do have future plans in the Asheville in Motion plan and our GAP plan and our larger documents like the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan and our Complete Streets Policy. So I really look forward to the opportunity to have a deeper conversation about this and where that doesn't keep happening, especially when we have existing requirements, and
What-
continue on.
I wonder what that would look like if you could, well, first of all, should, maybe legal needs to work on the should part, because that's legally speaking, definitely in the discretionary category, not a mandatory category. But we have some things that go through multimodal every time, right? So I'm not suggesting that all these products go to multimodal, but that might be a way to, if we're gonna make it this discretionary thing where we're trying to figure it out, and if you're kind of saying, look, I can't really analyze this through a lens as a transportation planner or multimodal transportation planner, but we do want
I
to
think
check
that
them
would be
against our plans.
Fantastic.
then-
Maybe the
Well,
missing
my
middle
con-
study.
My concern is this. My concern is what he basically said in his report. He said, basically, there are no bike lanes presently on Sweeten Creek. So the idea of putting them inside the development, are you encouraging people to go on Sweeten Creek Road?
Right, and I'm not,
Without, and that's the same
I'm not
thing
getting
with,
into that.
I mean, I'm just, that's.
I think we're just trying to decide what should, I mean, when we do any kind of a road closing, for example, has to go to multimodal, even if it's like a paper alley and it's a dead end, it goes to multimodal
But our other
refer-
planning documents did. Complete Streets went to multimodal, gap plan. We don't have to, I think, go every project. I hope not. I hope that we are looking at the NPO at Sweeten Creek having multimodal
Yeah.
infrastructure.
Are you? Okay.
We're just like, we're way behind on our own planning documents.
Well, and I
Kind of two
sympathize with
things.
what, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You've been waiting, go ahead.
Well, I guess Sweeten Creek Road, there is a portion of it north of Mills Gap Road that is prioritized for being redone by DOT. Now, those projects take a long time. And when DOT redoes stuff, they have a complete streets policy. So we will be seeing better multimodal infrastructure
And the thing is,
along this corridor.
listen, I'm not opposed, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And I understand that's future development. And that is that's way down, a long way from this particular development. And the thing is, if these bike lanes were, I think that they're pretty simple to install. Once you get it on the road, you just paint the lanes on the street if it can accommodate it. So it's not like they have to do any kind of infrastructure changes now to accommodate.
Well, they have
bikes.
to do a lot of, the design is more complex.
I mean, you can do the sharrows, of course. That's what I'm saying. To me, I think that's the simple way to do it until we've actually have the bike lanes on the road.
So Brad, do we have this horrible word "should" in there because of the point you were making earlier about the gray area being able to make this mandatory versus incentivized?
Yeah, I think that's part of it, Mayor.
I like the idea of having multimodal engaged in this, whether it's reviewing each proposal or reviewing that language. As someone who sat on
In
that.
this
Civic
particular
Center,
case, it would slow down an affordable housing project.
Well, but hold on.
Wouldn't necessarily slow
So
down.
staff
It's been a
already,
meeting.
when they review a project, already looks at a lot of our planning documents to make sure, for example, the Living Asheville plan, they go and look at that and make sure this is simpatico. I guess I'm just curious why we wouldn't at least look at a project like this and see where it falls on our multimodal master plan or our greenways. Or
I have a
bike lane.
suggestion.
You know, I mean, couldn't we just, would that be really challenging to just kind of check it against those documents and be able to provide us that information? Since we have a should, just saying, since we have a should, that I would
We
think
do it
legal
for
would.
transit, right?
Right, I would think legal would want us to, if staff's gonna determine that bike lanes are appropriate and sort of, I guess, push the applicant to require them, we would want to base that on our planning documents.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable request. Yeah, I think, staff definitely looks at a number of plans, and there are a lot out there, but I think, I think focusing the review of, these proposed facilities around those multimodal, gap plans, working with transportation staff more directly on some of those ideas would be an effective way to, better evaluate these ideas. So certainly can do that going forward.
Well, and this is operational, but we're gonna keep asking, so.
Yeah.
So
Well, and I
it's
have
up
a
to you guys
suggestion.
whether you want to change the operation, but.
I have a suggestion of where it might fall in the next near future, because missing middle study, right? So what we're talking about here is multifamily. We might be doing duplexes and quadplexes and missing middle, but we're talking about the gap between 4 units and 300 is really what we're seeing. Like when we look at what we're building like a single-family house a day, 365 a year, a couple duplexes, and some large apartment complexes. But the missing middle is what we're going to talk about. It's a perfect avenue to maybe look at this and how it applies, and maybe get feedback from multimodal then, because it is a chicken and the egg situation when it comes to planning. We see this with sidewalks a lot, like with the 10-foot sidewalk rule. You will run into places in the city where you're walking down a 5-foot wide sidewalk, and suddenly for a block, it's 10 feet. But if you don't do the 10 feet at that time, the likelihood that you'll get 10 feet ever diminishes. So I get it, but there's also some impediments like these steep slopes. We don't let them build on these steep slopes. I don't know that we want them riding bikes on these steep slopes.
Oh, I don't think that I think lots of people are biking on steep slopes, and there's electric bikes, so.
Yeah.
I've heard that twice now, and I'm just worried, it's 0.4 of a mile from the S3 and S6, like.
Yeah.
It's like, who's this housing for? But I know we need to keep going, it's just, this is the second one tonight where we're limiting who has access to this housing.
I hear you though, Kim. I'm committing to, as someone involved in missing middle study, bring it up then.
I guess how would the bike lane thing?
Because we're going to be talking about UDO ordinances, how we build
just
housing, what.
redrafting UDO.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
looking
okay.
at how
You're
are,
just
how are we
saying-
not getting
We're
this,
pulling that document out, so
how are we
might
not
as
getting
well-
40
okay.
units and 70 units and
Did you
just
guys
getting
come up with a
300?
solution while we were over
Well,
here debating this?
Well, a point of order, Mayor, and I think this is important here. This particular request is an amendment to an already approved conditional zoning. In the original conditional zoning that was approved by council, the exception was already approved to not have bike lanes, which
So
means
we're
that
not-
that's already a vested right
Yeah.
for this particular development. Your
Whoops.
consideration in the legal framework should be limited to the changes from the existing already approved conditional zoning.
We should, I should have remembered that.
It would probably, I was wondering about that because,
Yeah.
so would it, maybe when we, if this ever comes up again, we could have like a red line, Exhibit A, whatever, the condition document, so that we know what it is we're actually being asked to change, because this just,
We
I
had
don't know
this
how much of this
conversation at their
existed in the
review. We
previous
did.
approved project versus
I'm
today.
remembering now, we had this exact conversation at their review. And
The
it's
bike
just-
lane
Yeah,
discussion?
it was, and the retaining wall. I remember. We've just seen this project a couple times because it's an affordable housing project. I know I've seen it.
Well, and we already approved the conditional zoning
Mhm.
once before. This is just an amendment too, but I
Right.
don't.
Couple
are you-
clarities, the wall.
I think we do need a solve though, because I am a cyclist, I bike as my main mode of transportation, and I don't think every project always needs a bike lane. Like the previous project, a bike lane through a parking lot doesn't make as much sense to me, but in a development that's building their own internal roads, that goes to 2 bus lines, that is for people in affordable housing, like there's some things stacking up that I think our community might have evolved past having some like discretionary negotiations at a staff level. I think that we need something more rigorous to guide us in this.
And Brad, in the future, if these conditions are, if we're coming back, it'd probably be helpful to list the ones that were previously approved. I'm looking at that now and I didn't remember because it's been 2 years.
Agreed.
I was just looking to see if there was any, maybe you could just summarize what's different.
It sounds like 3 and 4 stories.
Yeah, so changes, mostly changes to the site plan, no changes to the modifications. Really, the major change is that retaining wall on the front, which is, it's not a technical modification. Retaining walls can be quite tall, as allowed in the UDO, but since the site plan is part of that previous approval and the change was significant to what staff could review.
So the 38 feet isn't really outside our parameters. It was just previously approved at 20?
It was previously approved at a maximum of 20, but you
Yeah.
know, that is a noted project condition.
But the 38 would be allowed, right?
Not in this, it would be if this was a by right development, but now
Because they're
the site is governed by a conditional zoning.
And now
The
we've governed it,
entitlement
yeah.
reflects the approved site plan and the project conditions that include a statement about maximum retaining walls being 20 feet.
Gotcha. So
in height.
we're only addressing this because it was stated previously.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other,
So-
6-foot sidewalk. No, most of that's in. Yeah, that was already.
yeah,
the rest of
I mean, because it says,
modifications.
I mean,
It's-
this is,
This is the part that should say that this was previously approved, this was previously approved, this was
Versus-
previously used, and here's what we're changing.
You're
It's
saying-
actually in the staff report. We're looking at the
I mean,
presentation.
I'm looking at the staff report,
I saw it in there.
While
It was
we're
listed.
here, can we just get confirmation that we're gonna have a conversation about renewable energy, and is there a plan for it currently,
Right there on
or
the
can it
first
be
page.
prepared for in the future?
Mayor.
Yeah, so, as
First
you
page.
heard, Clay is quite
Yeah.
versed in that field, and he met with the applicants several weeks ago to talk about some of their options and encouraging them to explore them in more detail. At this point, they are evaluating their options, but they have concluded that the roof structure could support solar panels and that the conduit, electrical conduit, is being designed in a way that would support that kind of load in the future. And once they finish their site work, and understand more of their budget for the building phase of the project, they will make a determination as to the solar panel installation at that point.
Thank you so much for that detailed information. It really helps add to my understanding.
You're welcome. So anyway, as stated, all these project conditions are not changing, including things regarding the building heights and the density allowed in these steep slope areas.
I see just the retaining wall and the stories in the buildings.
Correct. The amendment was approved with conditions at the March 20th Technical Review Committee, and it was approved at the April 5th Planning and Zoning Commission hearing to vote to 3-2 with the following conditions related to the transportation network that the applicant will conduct a traffic study and implement any required improvements identified in that study, and that the applicant work with city transportation staff and the NCDOT to study the feasibility of installing crosswalks at the intersection of Sweeten Creek and Mills Gap Road. So basically, the main concern really expressed by the dissenting commissioners is that proposed height of the retaining wall, especially the portion that faces Sweeten Creek Road. Overall, the project is consistent with Living Asheville's comprehensive plan and the future land use of residential neighborhood by providing residential uses and a diversity in housing type. The project supports a number of goals in the plan to prioritize greater densities and of development overall, increase the supply of affordable housing, and utilize creative design solutions that minimize impacts to the natural environment, such as natural open space and steep topography. And that's really kind of centered around the fact that they are clustering their development closer to the street and leaving the rear half of the project site undisturbed. Staff concurs with the Planning and Zoning Commission and recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning amendment. And I'm glad to answer any more questions. I think we also have a representative from the applicant team with us this evening as well.
Will you remind me what the vote was on the P and Z of the?
It was 3-2.
And the concern?
Retaining wall?
The retaining.
Most of the visual impacts of that.
Yeah, the
proposed
retaining wall. So from Sweeten Creek, this retaining wall is going to be 38, I think it's kind of blurry.
Up to
on my screen.
38 feet,
Up
it
to
says.
38
The project
feet.
conditions state a maximum of 40 feet.
And 100 feet wide.
Yeah.
It's big,
It's
look at
going
it.
to have,
It would-
it's going to be.
We've got a
It's
few of
like
those
the
down
size of
there.
this room.
We've got a few of those down
like
there.
that
It's
wall.
The whole thing wouldn't be that tall. It
Running
would
along,
start
right?
at a height of
Yeah.
0 and then gradually get larger as you
Charming.
look from
But
south to
again, this
north.
is why I pointed this out. So we are talking about a change to the retaining wall's height only because we previously approved this when they had submitted it with the 20-foot height. Had this been their first application, they're allowed to have 38 feet. It's not disallowed by
No,
our
I'm not-
code.
I-
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
but it-
just so you
But
know.
it's subject to our approval
Yes,
through this
yes.
process.
Just saying though, we do allow this by code. This isn't like a,
Yeah, if it was a by right
Yeah.
development, they would not necessarily have to come before you just for
Right.
that aspect, but it is part of the
but
conditional zoning.
yeah, so if we're
review.
concerned about the retaining wall heights in general, we may want to address that in our UDO.
Generally speaking, though, projects that are going to involve a retaining wall like this, for whatever reason,
Are large
trigger
enough
the
to come to
conditional
us, yeah.
zoning requirement.
Yeah, anything over 50 units.
Over anything over, right, why would you build a retaining wall that's going to be this much money
For
if
a
you were
house.
doing under 50
Yeah.
units? You would never do that because you wouldn't be able to make any money.
Right.
So, and you can't push this back off the road and put a buffer in front of it. It looks like there's not much room.
Yeah, the applicant will be required to provide the landscaping screening requirements. But yeah, there's not really room in the front to do any
Have a
kind of
38-foot
terracing.
tall tree or anything like that.
Correct, yeah.
I mean, paint it like a wave. Just kidding. Design review committee would love that, right?
It's a tricky site because it slopes straight
It
up
is.
from the,
We see this a lot with
Right.
large housing projects. It's a repeated issue. It's our terrain mostly.
because of the topography.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anybody have any more questions for Will?
I think we had a public comment sign up.
Yeah, let me jump over here. Any other questions or comments before I open the public hearing?
No.
Okay, we're going to open the public hearing. I have one person signed up to speak under this matter, and that is Timothy Sadler.
Good evening once again. City Council, Madam Mayor, Timothy Sadler, and I actually attended the Planning and Zoning meeting for this project, and one thing that jumped out at me, other than the idea of a 38-foot retaining wall, was just we could have art, public art there, mural. I don't like looking at a big concrete wall ever. But actually, I do when there's artwork. So I don't really think of it as a big concrete wall. When I see it activated, we do such a good job with that here in the city. And there's so many, other examples of apartment buildings that, have integrated public art. So, I see it as potentially an opportunity just to maybe ask if this would be possible of the developer. I don't think it could be a condition at this point, but yeah, just in general, that idea of more money for public art in development as well. I know it's not related to this project, but maybe I'll speak about that at a different comment. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to offer a different way of, perceiving what this might be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Just for me personally, this is pretty tricky because it is 100% affordable with 60% of area median income.
Tax credit project.
Yeah, I mean, that we have asked people to step up and do this kind of work.
Funded repeatedly in the community as
Yeah.
well. I'm happy to make a motion if we're ready.
Well, okay, I was just,
I'm sorry. I
anybody
didn't
else
mean-
have any comments?
I just kind of want to know if the opportunity of a public placemaking canvas is an option for the developer to consider.
To
You mean
face
the art?
To
wall.
face, yeah.
I will share, as the liaison for the design review committee, this conversation comes up a lot, like Will and I just kind of joked about it, but our esteemed colleagues at the design review committee are expressing that they're seeing murals used almost like in replace of doing good architecture. Now, this is a little different because we're talking about a retaining wall, but generally speaking, our design review folks are flagging that we might be using art in the wrong way sometimes in design. They're
It's
not-
also known to be a deterrent from tagging, so especially
This
if
is
you can
true.
put a finish on it so that it's really easy to wash off.
If the applicant's here and wants to answer the question about the, are we snapping at me? No, okay.
Yes.
You were going to make me not ask about art.
We all have a problem.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address council. My name is Sean Brady, Vice President of Development at Commonwealth. And yes, it's a very big wall. And yes, to answer the question, we'd be very open to working. We would need some help from staff to identify local artists, but that came up at planning and zoning. I think it's a great idea. We would just need help identifying those local artists and what the review process, because we want to make sure, it's good, attractive art that enhances the development, the community, the corridor. But yes, I think that's a great suggestion. We had another suggestion at the planning committee about traffic, because that was another big concern that was discussed at, because as we all know, Sweeten Creek's a very busy road, but our site's also a classic urban infill site where it's been zoned multifamily apartments or townhomes to the north, apartments to the south, all the infrastructure in place. Along with that comes traffic. So yes, we've agreed to do the traffic study as well. That's actually, I think we're signing that up. It's getting underway. I think draft report's supposed to be done in June. But yeah, basically the backstory on why we're back before council is like all the other affordable housing developers, we've been struggling mightily to close the funding gap. It cost a balloon on us. And so our contractor, Weaver Cook, recommended this design change to us, and it saves about $1.5 million. And so what basically they suggested is we previously had the split level buildings, 4 stories in the downslope side, 2 stories in the back on the north side. If we flatten the buildings, which increased the retaining wall height, that was actually substantially cheaper, despite the fact it's a big retaining wall, than building the step level buildings, which have the retaining walls integrated in every single building. And so it was actually a cost-saving measure that helped us get the budget within spitting distance, and we hope with some additional funding requests, we're close, and that, if we can get everything pulled together, we'll be able to close and start construction in July. But yes, it's basically triggered by the condition on the retaining wall height. The number of units, unit mix, building locations, amenities, everything's the same as what was approved previously. It's just that we had to go and do some what they call value engineering, some pretty significant value engineering, but it resulted in some pretty significant savings and makes it feasible. Otherwise, it's not feasible right now. But yes, we're very open to that. Would love to work with staff. I think it's a great idea. It was brought up before. As long as I can get some help from somebody to identify and figure some kind of a process to vet the artwork, I think we'd be very open to that.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions?
Only thing is, I really appreciate you explaining the reason why you were going to use the retaining wall, because I know that's very expensive, and after you explained why, that was a concern.
Well, and we're doing this on all of our developments, and I don't know if it's a change in the market right now, but generally, the split-level construction had been more affordable. That had been my previous experience.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. We've had it in several different sites with several different contractors, all tell us the same thing, that it's currently cheaper to build higher retaining walls and flatten your building. It has to do with the foundation work. It's just more economical that way. So it was not what our design team thought of. It wasn't what my experience told me either. But that is what we've heard from several contractors. It saves significant money right now to do it that way, and so we're doing that everywhere.
That's
But it does result in some, this is the largest retaining wall we've had to do, but this has also got the most height as well. And as somebody else mentioned, it slopes up pretty significantly in the back. So as we push farther away from the road, obviously we get into more of the woods back there, but it also gets even more expensive to grade. So that's basically the logic that's driving all of that. But yeah, I know it's kind of odd, but we would, but it's necessary in this situation. We would definitely like to work to mitigate that, just like with the traffic study that we're doing, which wasn't required, but made sense, and we're moving forward with that. We obviously want to do a good quality
And we're
development.
greatly appreciative to you for, being able to do a project like this with the 60% in AMI. That's impressive.
Well, yes, we're
It's-
30% to 80%. We average out to
At the
60% AMI or
yeah,
less,
yeah,
but we couldn't do it without the city's help, though. I mean, the city and the county have both already supported this development. We have some other funding requests being considered, but yeah, it wouldn't be possible without the city's support. And that really has made affordable housing practical, feasible, I guess, really is the word I would use here in Asheville. It's not that way everywhere. We have some projects that are just on hold. We don't know. We don't know what to do right now until costs come down or something, but
I'm
at
glad you
least
were
this one
able to
can move forward.
value engineer then,
Yeah.
because we are
It's pretty
seeing,
significant. It's
and
big
we are
savings.
seeing lots of projects come back with cost increases. And I know you've been at this a couple years on this one.
It has. It's been a long struggle, but I think we're close to the finish line.
We're almost there.
Hope so. Hope so. So anyway, thank you.
Everyone feel good? You good? Okay. Thanks for letting me make this motion. I've been watching this one for a while. So I motion to approve the conditional zoning amendment request for the property located at 3124, 3130 Sweeten Creek Road, zoned residential expansion conditional zone, for the modification of the site plan, and find the request is reasonable in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the developmental needs of the community, and that the request, 1, prioritizes greater densities of development overall, 2, increases the supply of affordable housing in proximity to transit, schools, and parks, and 3, utilizes creative design solutions which minimize impacts to the natural environment, such as natural open space and steep topography.
Sandra, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments, council?
Sandra.
Yes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. Okay, next, we have a public hearing to consider an amendment to the UDO to update the table of uses to allow the use of cat cafes in more commercial zoning districts and related adjustments to the table of uses. Will Palmquist.
I love this
Thank you,
one.
Mayor. This is a little more of a fun one. This is a text amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance to allow cat cafes in more commercial districts. So just some background on this request. You have the definition in our UDO for what a cat cafe is, but essentially it's a place where cats can be adopted while visitors and patrons can also support other retail uses like a cafe or bookshop, that kind of thing. It's a relatively newer addition to our UDO, and at the time of that use being codified, it was only allowed in the CBD downtown zoning districts. So we received a request from MWBE.
You can say what that is.
A minority and women business-owned enterprise, which wants to open a cat cafe in the Haywood Road Corridor District, the HR3 district to be exact. And at the time, we told them it was not allowed by right. They'd have to either not pursue that or seek a rezoning of that property to be able to do it, but there's only one district that would allow for it. So our recommendation is to expand the use of cat cafes basically in all the zoning districts that currently allow eating and drinking establishments, which there are a number of. Understanding that the potential zoning impacts of this use is kind of basically the same as if it was just a regular eating and drinking establishment, just with cats. So that's kind of our proposal to address this concern. It was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission at the April 5th meeting. It was approved unanimously, 5-0. The pros to the amendment is that it would allow for cat cafes to operate as a permitted use in more commercial districts of the city, and it provides more opportunities for cat adoption by city residents and visitors in a commercial establishment such as a cafe or bookstore, which also provides neighborhood-serving retail services. Staff identifies no cons for this proposed amendment, which also supports a number of goals in the city's comprehensive plan to promote small and independent business, entrepreneurship, and maker economy by evaluating land use policies to ensure that zoning regulations support small business growth in a local maker-based economy, and also to facilitate real estate development that maximizes public benefit by ensuring all necessary land use types are provided for. Staff concurs with the Planning and Zoning Commission and recommends approval of the proposed zoning text amendment, and I'm glad to answer any questions you may have.
At our agenda briefing on Thursday, I had asked if this might have potential positive outcomes for supporting minority and women-owned businesses, so thank you for confirming that that is indeed the case. I don't see anybody sign up for public comment, but I am prepared to make a motion.
I just have one question. The one, I remember when the one downtown was allowed, but it was never done, right? We don't actually have a cat cafe, do we?
That's my understanding,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, this is great. I'm a cat lover.
I don't feel like Will is.
I love cats.
Oh, okay.
I like dogs
You
too.
were just being kind of
I'm equal
understated in
opportunity
your
over here,
presentation,
but-
all right.
Can I make a
We've seen his
proposal that
entrance. He's like
when
a
we
cat.
vote, instead of saying aye, we say meow?
Meow.
Is that going to count, Maggie?
Brad says he'll accept it, so,
let's do it.
so
I'm
unless you
so
hate
in for
cats,
that.
you're
So
gonna
what's
do
a
no meow? Yeah, woof.
Okay.
So I move to approve the proposed wording amendments to Chapter 7 of the Asheville Code.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Marnie, I do think we need to officially open and close the public hearing.
Sorry,
before we
yeah,
actually vote.
I will open the
Apologize.
public hearing. I will close the public hearing. No one has signed up to speak for this.
Meow.
Motion to approve I move to approve the proposed wording amendments to Chapter 7 of the Asheville Code of Ordinances and find that the proposed amendments are reasonable, are in the public interest, are consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meet the development needs of the community, and that the amendments will, 1, ensure that zoning regulations support small business growth and a local maker-based economy, and 2, ensure all necessary land use types are provided for.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say meow.
Meow.
And any, any opposed?
I couldn't do it, and I love cats.
Antoinette is a no vote, but.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. She's not, and I love cats, but like, really?
Did you say meow?
Are you not meowing or are you voting no? You're saying.
I'm not
yeah.
voting no.
Wait.
Okay.
Aye.
Yeah, she's not doing that yet. Okay, so that was a unanimous vote for the cat cafes. Thank you. All right. Okay, council, I think we're just gonna take a quick break. It is 8 o'clock. We got way more to happen tonight. So let's come back at 8:10, please.
Somebody's gonna present it to us, right?
Okay, we are back in action here, and we are ready to continue our agenda. The next item on our agenda is our unfinished business. This is an ordinance establishing fiscal year 2023-2024 fees and charges for the Water Resources Department, and Taylor Floyd is here to present this for the 7th time, or no, I don't, I'm just kidding.
Give or take.
Give or take.
And so, Mayor, before Taylor starts, we have had a lot of information provided to you regarding water and the Water Resources Department and the water outage. And this is definitely related, but it is, well, it's actually very related in terms of having the revenue that is necessary to address some of the capital needs and issues that are needed for us to run the system efficiently and effectively. And you all asked us a couple of times to provide you with information, to bring back information, and we are now to the point where, again, we are making a recommendation of an adjustment to our water fees, and Taylor's going to go into a little bit more detail. Again, this will be something you saw at the last budget work session. So it's going to be a little bit redundant, but we thought we needed to remind you of why we are requesting this increase. So Taylor, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, Taylor Floyd, Finance and Management Services. As the manager said, I think most of what I'm going to present you all have seen before, so I will try to move quickly, but please ask any questions whenever they come up. So our key takeaways primarily being that we think it's going to be really difficult to maintain our current level of service without the staff recommended fee increases. We think we're challenged really to assess the impact of substantial changes to our rates and structure. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about the rate modeling work with our consultant that's underway, but we just really don't have the capacity to assess kind of the full impact of changes without that specific technical expertise. And then also a final reminder is that you all can make fee adjustments before the next budget development cycle. So again, if the recommended fee increases were to be approved, that does not mean that they can't be adjusted mid-year in the budget year for next fiscal year. As a reminder, our recommended changes include a increase in the base fee charged to customers according to meter size, an increase in consumption fees charged to customers based on volume of water used, and then we have two smaller increases that are specific to development in the case of the hydrant meter rental deposits, and then we annually adjust the charge that we charge MSD for doing the billing for them. We always like to look at the impact of these changes collectively. So how is this going to impact not just any of the individual services, but collectively, how is this going to impact our residents, the folks that rely on us for service? So looking at, again, the solid waste, stormwater, and water, those are the fees that most of our community pays. And what those typical charges would be, you can see a total annual increase of $65.36. Of that, our proposed or recommended water fee increases based off average usage would be $42.78 of that annual increase. And just as a reminder too, I guess I should say that the solid waste and stormwater changes have already been adopted. Looking at the expense side, so what are those items, or what would those fee increases help to fund? The base budget is essentially what does it cost for us to keep doing what we're already doing. There are some increases in there related to contract increases, delayed vehicle replacements, increasing material costs, a variety of things of that nature. So that is higher than it is in the current year. We have our proposed salary changes. We've talked about those through the budget process. We think the impact in the water specifically, and that relates to both our kind of annual across-the-board increase as well as shift differential, on-call pay, all of the other items we've discussed, is just under $700,000. And then we have some proposed service enhancements that are a little over $1.1 million. As a reminder, what those service enhancements include, a maintenance crew primarily focused on valves and hydrants, some staffing for redundancy and operations at water treatment plants, a education and outreach focused communications position to kind of expand that opportunity there with the water fund, and billing specialists that would help us as we go through the meter replacement project, ensure that that billing is happening accurately. And then finally, we want to continue to recover revenue that we lost when we had to do away with the capital fee
in FY20. And again, that total is $1,119,000. So you all had asked us, and we presented this at the last work session, what a residential rate freeze would look like. You can kind of see the varying amount of revenue we think that would bring in. That is a very rough estimate. And again, this kind of plays into this issue where we don't have the ability to really assess how this might impact our revenues overall, but this is our best guess. And then finally, or I guess on that fourth row, you can see our recommended increase in the total revenues there compared with those expenses. And I will mention the expenses are less than the recommended increase, but there's some opportunity to use that a little over $500,000 to include as a contingency, specifically for items where the IRC may make some recommendations so that we could address those mid-year, and also an opportunity to further increase that capital allocation if we so chose. So looking at a few items that we think are really important in our recommendation and why we are making or suggesting that this recommendation be approved by you all. One is we have this rate model study underway, and that's really one of the main reasons that we think we want to get that completed so that we have all of this information, this cost of service by function area, their expertise in assessing our rate structure and looking at an equitable and functional rate model, and making sure that we're able to incorporate any changes that we make to our rate structure and our fees into an updated financial planning, long-range financial planning model. And that is expected to be completed by the fall of this calendar year. And that is actually also a key piece of, as it relates to our long-term needs and debt, we want to make sure that we have good financial planning that we're relying on, especially as we're issuing debt. That's something that we've been lucky. The most recent debt issuance that Water did, their debt was rated by Moody's at AA1, which is just the next tier down from AAA, which is the highest. So they're just underneath that. And of course, with those high financial or those high debt ratings, that allows us to borrow money at a lower rate, stretch our dollars a little further. We also know that the Local Government Commission, which has to approve all of our debt issuances, and rating agencies prefer to see a long-term plan, consistent funding, and a well-managed system. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we have that as we go forward, especially knowing that we will be issuing some debt, some water debt, in the coming fiscal year. And again, a key piece of that is continuing that capital investment to make sure that we have production and distribution systems that meet our needs. So the action requested tonight is an adoption of an ordinance establishing the FY 23-24 fees and charges for the Water Resources Department as recommended by staff. Again, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Taylor. So we have talked about this a handful of times, and a couple things have come up, so I'll just kind of restate some of the things on my mind. Through this process, through the budget cycle, we've learned when we look at our peer cities and cities across the state that a lot of other states are setting rates where there's many, many tiers. And ultimately, those tiers incentivize water conservation as opposed to bulk discounting. And I think philosophically as a leader, that's the direction that I would like to see our rates go. I also think that we need to really understand what's the fair balance between our rate users, from residential to commercial to industrial. And the proposed rates don't really account for either of those. And it creates pretty substantial burden for our residential, the increase on our residentials. And I'm not really satisfied with that.
Maggie, just to be clear, it's not changing the rate structure, so I don't want anyone to think we're changing. This changes. This is just this is increasing rates under our current structure.
Right, we are not changing the rate structure.
No,
And
but
I think,
and you're saying
You'd like to look at it.
I mean, this rate structure we've operated on for many, many, many years.
I think it's time to really dig in and look at our rate structure. And staff is doing that work right now with a consultant, and it's really technical and it's not ready yet. And I keep being just like, I'm frustrated. I wish that the stars would always align at the right timing, and it didn't in this case. I also, so then I start, this is my journey on this. So then I start saying like, no, I'm not comfortable with this. I don't want to vote for this rate increase. I'm also, though, very uncomfortable with not doubling down on our water infrastructure. We can't wait longer to do the type of maintenance investments that we need. We can't wait longer to do the capital investments we need. So then I'm in that spot of like, well, I don't want to wait. I'm comfortable asking citizens to chip in more so that our water system is better, so that we have great drinking water that's reliable. So I'm caught between these two places. So I wonder if, as opposed to the specific proposal that staff is doing, that I'd be comfortable approving this ordinance with a condition that we revisit it to reconsider updating the rate January 1. And don't just say, we hope and we'd like to see that, but just really say like, okay, we will approve this now with the condition that once the rate restructure study is in this fall, that we will commit to revisiting and have a conversation about what changing the rates in January 1 would look like based on restructures.
I would support that. I like that thinking. The limited time period allows us that. I'm also curious if anyone, I guess, talk to me about this contingency. Because when we plan projects, we build contingency into it in percentages. Is that already baked in and this 500 is extra? We don't know, because if we were to do like a 6 or 9 month revisit, I'm wondering what the impact of that $500,000 contingency is on the rate for the residents.
Sure, and I think that's one of the things that, again, we would look to the consultant study to help us with,
Right.
is that long-term financial planning and really
Right.
trying to think through what the opportunities are, whether that's either saying, hey, we want to look at where that might, if we don't think we need, and I'll use that generously, because I think David would probably say that we always could use a little more. But that if that's not something that we think we can utilize, execute on in the current year, that
Right.
perhaps that would be able to help us alleviate some of the,
That's
you
what I'm
know,
wondering.
some of the burden on the customers. I think that's something that we would certainly look to them
And that slide's
to
not
do.
up, but I'm just, I guess I preface it with is there already contingency baked in to the service enhancements? And then the 500 is above that.
I will say,
Excuse me.
budget is always an estimate,
Right.
and we try to make sure that we do that in a way that is fiscally
Conservative.
prudent.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a lot of excess budget built into any of the work that we do, but again, I think the main thing is, I would suggest anyway, is looking at opportunities to increase that capital investment, and/or, again, not knowing what the IRC recommendations are
Right,
going
it's
to be.
such a sensitive time. I mean, to Councilwoman Allman's point, I agree, I'd love to look at differential rates or what's allowed. We also have this independent review committee outstanding and coming to us. And
we'll have those recommendations prior to the rate model study being complete. So
Right.
again,
And
we'll have a better sense of what those are at that time.
I'm at a little disadvantage because I was unable to attend the last council meeting. The one I was at was where we discussed freezing residential rates. And I understand from going back and listening to the meeting that it wasn't possible. The work session, sorry, it just wasn't possible, that we needed more. But I do wonder about this 500,000 and what impact would that do to the monthly rate? It almost looks like pretty
If you removed
substantial.
it.
Yeah, if you didn't have the 500 in there right now. I think I'm stressing you out, but.
I certainly, I would not attempt to do that
Get your
up
calculator
here.
out.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could determine what that number would be. I would also say that, if we are looking at what Councilmember Ullman proposed, which is an adjustment in January, we would ultimately end up only getting 250,000 theoretically in the preceding 6 months, so.
Yeah, and I think at the work session, we talked about, what Councilwoman Ullman is talking about is what we talked about there, which was trying to implement something as soon as possible after the study comes back, so we are able to thoughtfully restructure rates. So that what's not happening here, I think that was the intent, that we were gonna do that.
Which is great. I support that as well. I'm just sensitive to rising costs for the residents right now, especially after the conversation of potentially wanting to freeze it and then reversing on that. I saw that in my email.
Well, why don't we do this, since it sounds like, since Taylor's finance and not water, why don't we ask for, well, I'm just trying to think about this, because we need to vote on this tonight, but we don't have that information. So I think we're gonna need to go ahead and take a vote, because we've been moving this out and we're getting a little bit too close to our budgeting schedule. But if we could have that information from staff, the question you're asking about impact, following this meeting, when you have a chance to dig into that.
We can do that, Mayor. We'll provide that information as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Any other? Okay. Any other questions or discussion?
I've asked a lot of questions about this over the past few months. I'm eager to hear public comment if there is
Okay,
any.
yeah, we do have one person signed up to speak under this, so I will, on this one, since we're under unfinished business, I will need a motion, and then I can call the person to speak on this.
So I could make a motion with that kind of revision from what staff said.
Well, so now Brad's gonna pounce on you, because you can't really condition a fee change because of the binding future council thing, I assume you're going to tell us,
Yeah,
but.
exactly. So I would suggest a path to accomplish what you're doing is potentially, is you could make a motion to recommend approval of the fee change, and also combining these two, but it being separate, direction to the city manager to bring this matter back for future consideration at that date to council.
So let's do that, if we break it into two motions.
Okay. Or, yep, okay, so then it would be,
It's $10.45 a year.
I'm almost there.
So is it 2 votes?
Yeah, he's asking that so that way it's a direction to the manager.
Do you want me to make the first motion and you do the second to bring it back? That'd be great. I move to approve an ordinance amending the fees and charges manual for fiscal year 2023, 2024.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and then,
And then should I do my second motion now, and then we go to public comment?
sure.
Okay, so I make a motion to ask the city manager to, at the completion of the water rate study, bring a proposal back to council to continue to consider updating the rate structure, any potential adjustments to the rate structure on a January 1st timeline, adoption timeline.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, thank you. All right, we have one person to sign up to speak under this item, and that is Andrew Fletcher.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm really pleased to hear some of the discussion that you made up here. I'll say that after I heard the first proposal to change the water rates a few weeks ago, I realized that publicly available for the first time were some numbers that were able to be combined for analysis that had not been accessible to the public before. And I have spent hours of my time looking at these spreadsheets and trying to solve our communal problem of how to fund a water system and how to do it more equitably. How to do it in a way where we're not asking residents to pay more than their share. Because that's the current system that we have. And I think that the proposal to wait 6 months, first I'll say that as much time as I spent on this, I was trying to actually bring back a very detailed proposal for you guys. And there just wasn't quite enough public information available to do that. The water rate analysis that's forthcoming really is necessary to get that. So instead, I'm gonna just show you guys how broken the current system is, to try to put my foot on the gas toward getting that rate change as soon as possible, as soon as we get that data. So first off, we have, and Meg, can I get the overhead? So first off, we have a system right now where if you're a manufacturer, you can save a lot of money by using a lot more water. Here is an example. So 1,133 CCF of water at the high rate for a manufacturer costs $5,000. If your usage goes up to 1,999, your cost goes up to 8,800 roughly. If you use one more CCF, your cost drops back down to $5,000. Don't believe me? It's math. This kind of blew my mind. So we love to think of ourselves as an environmental city that champions conservation. And this is a dinosaur rate system, and it's just clearly not working. I think Ronald Reagan would love this. It's a classic example of a very business-forward approach. The CCF cost in other cities, the proposed right now, which you guys are voting on, is $5.21 per CCF. A CCF is about 748 gallons. By the way. And Hendersonville, and obviously Hendersonville is not, the Sullivan Law doesn't apply to them. They can actually charge their outside residents more, and the outside residents of Hendersonville still are charged less than our residents in Asheville. Charlotte's about $2.30 per CCF. I know we got topographical difficulties here. It makes running the water system more expensive. That makes sense, but that's just how far out of whack we are with the rest of the city, the rest of the state. Residents here use 54% of their water, contribute 60 to 69% of the revenue for the entire system. I can't be more specific than that because the data is a little washy. And here's one more thing. Basically, it costs 2/10,000th of a dollar.
Will you submit that for us to read, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
So, and thank you for that. Charlotte does have a tiered rate system, so you showed the bottom tier, but
I use comparable tiers for average uses in all systems.
I don't know what that just means, but we already were presented, staff already presented their system to us and showed us the tiers. But the question I have about the commercial user or industrial user that was in that, right, I think how it works is the rate is X amount for the first 1,133 gallons. Then the rate is this amount for the next, and then this amount for the next. It's not that all of the usage drops down to a lower rate. No, it's a tiered system, and so
Okay.
So you do get discounted for the more you use, but the discount doesn't apply until that gallon is used in that next tier and that next tier. So that was slightly misleading, but still something to look at, and we are looking at it. So that all in the rate study.
I had one more thought before we go to any other voting is, since we've been having this conversation, I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of residents, a lot of businesses, and if we go in the direction of adopting both of these motions, I look forward to and invite staff to make sure that we're engaging with lots of our partners out in the community, because if we're going to be looking at fundamentally changing our rate structure to get towards public good goals, we need the ratepayers to be part of that, whether it's businesses or residents or just groups. So I'll be spending a lot of time talking with folks about it, and as the information comes out from the rate study, we'll need some good junctions where everybody has access to the information. We all get to mull over it together to make sure we get to a fair, just, water-conserving rate design.
And the January proposed return with information is a good time frame for us because we are expecting the results back sometime September, early October, and that will give us some time to kind of digest the information and then possibly have some conversations with council as well as.
Because I was thinking that we would be on a cycle of making a change to the rates January 1, so that it's only 6 months of impact, so that we wouldn't be starting the conversation in January of this, we would be concluding it, so that are we saying the same thing?
Yes.
Great, okay. Yeah, so this fall we'll talk about it so that our customers can expect January 1, we might have different rates.
Here's the recommendation.
Yeah, okay.
And I think you raise a good point, because we did have a big discussion around water rates at one of our work sessions, and of course, people were watching, and when you're a large user and we're talking about changing a rate structure, obviously, relatively speaking, it's very impactful. And so you need to have thoughtful conversation about that. But I think the manager is hearing this council that we have concern about the structure of our system placing such a greater burden on the residential user and how to reallocate that more equitably amongst residential users and then across the classifications of users, so that it makes more sense from us from that standpoint.
If I might, I really appreciate that you're trying to bring another thing to the table, and I want to honor that. I'd hoped that we could look at a staggering, because this is the second year that I've asked about why we offer a bulk discount. And I know that there's benefits to economic development and to local businesses when we have incentives and programs that support them. But this isn't a new conversation, and I'm not sure if hurry up and move ahead will result in what we want, which is change. And so even though I know that we are going to have rate increases, I'm fundamentally opposed to continuing the bulk discount at this level, which is why I can't support it. But I do appreciate you bringing another option to the table.
Is anyone else concerned about the $500,000 in contingency?
Yes.
Because we're looking at, what I'm seeing is a $1.8 million increase from the 41,650 to the 43,468, so $1.8 million. And then 500,000 of it is contingency unknown. So that's 27%. So I'm just a little concerned because I'm residential costs, right? And if there's all this influx, we're looking at differential rates, and I'm sure we could throw $100 million at our water system and absorb every dollar of it. But as far as planning and transparency with our residents and keeping costs low until we know more information, I would support looking at that. I'm just saying that I'm not sure that there's support at the dais, but I wanted to share that.
My only reservation about that is that we don't have a lot of information about the context of that contingency. So
we're just adding it in case.
Well, or
if we knew, we'd be talking about it.
So is what you're saying, Esther, like, or I'll say what I'm thinking. That makes a lot of sense to me, especially if we're going in a direction of having this conversation again in a couple months. Maybe you're suggesting that we pull out that contingency for what we approve now.
Right.
And the question mark that I hear maybe you saying, Esther, is
Will that mess something up?
we just don't know what that will mean for the rate of the resident.
And I
so
think-
is it like
No, I don't
three
know
pennies less?
What
or-
it what the contingency is
yes,
for
there is
or
the
not
one
for.
question of what would be the impact on ratepayers. I get that, but what, I guess, I don't know if somebody on staff can speak more to the contingent, so I could understand how vital it is to be included or not. I mean,
Well,
I don't.
I guess I'm just thinking on the face of this, with all that's going on with the water in our community, as transparent and as much information that we can have is best. So now we're looking at an increase, and almost a third of it has a big unknown around it. And it may very well be needed. I wish we could define it or say we might hire a position, or we didn't build contingency into construction budgets. We don't know. But I think I would have liked to have known. It's making me a little uncomfortable that we're just going to raise the rates. It's great that we're going to come back, but that we have an unknown in here and that it's a pretty sizable chunk. I'm not trying to stress you out.
Yeah, and it's not in this presentation, so I'm not seeing where, Taylor, maybe you could talk more about where the 500,000 is.
It was mentioned in the.
You mentioned it, but
Yeah.
I'm looking.
I don't think it was actually
It
visibly.
was just the math of here are the rates, here's
Was it the
the
staff?
expenses, and then there's a.
Yeah,
The
there was a
differential
difference.
between
Right.
the recommended
43
increase
and-
and the anticipated expenses.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
This isn't broken down into operational versus capital. I don't know where the 500,000 is. Is it sitting in operations? Is it sitting in capital?
So again, I think what that would provide us with is an opportunity to, and this is a slide that we showed at the work session, looking at the capital allocation in
This
the
is
water
because of the
fund.
drop in the cap fee.
Over time, correct. So we had been fairly steady around that, just over $11 million for about 3 years. Dropped that down to 4.1 after we removed that fee. So again, I think that's where we're trying to provide a little bit of flexibility for ourselves to say, like, we were spending 11 million historically. We've been much
much lower than that over the last few years. But again, not knowing what the IRC recommendations might be, whether there may be additional items that we could address quickly if we had budget available to do so, that would just limit our flexibility. Again,
So
conversely,
you're feeling like the contingency monies sit in capital? Because this is the capital.
I would suggest if the IRC recommendations, if we felt like our
It's gonna
existing
be, it's gonna.
structure was sufficient to address those, then
So-
we would be able to put it all towards capital and utilize it.
We know that's coming.
And we're not going to be talking about water fees until fall, but the IRC will be back in a month or so.
Yeah.
Yes. And I want to assure you, this budget is not padded. And I don't think that you all, think that, but we just have significant needs in this department, both in capital and in operating. That's all we're saying.
I get
I
that.
mean,
I know that your
As do,
concern
and the
is
residents
share
the residents are
of-
also struggling, right?
Yep.
And
So Sage, though, I think if what I'm understanding is there's not an intention to drop the amount of money going into capital projects. In fact, it's going to increase, and we anticipate from the recommendation, it'll increase even more. So we're passing a budget knowing that it's going to increase. However, we're also talking about restructuring rates so that that full amount of money, hopefully with the rate restructure, will change up what the individual user sees in their burden of that. But
to Councilwoman
but-
Allman's point, I wish that it had gelled at a better timing rate, because this doesn't feel really good to me.
Well, I mean, the other problem we face is, what if we approve a rate that's lower tonight, then we get this recommendation, in 2 months, we increase the rate again, and then we change the rate again?
I mean, and that sounds chaotic, but it sounds also responsible, because there's so much more coming, is the only thing. If this weren't happening right now with the IRC, if we hadn't just had the water issue.
But I mean, you
I'd
can see
probably
here,
feel
we
different.
know we're gonna have to increase capital. So I think it's an unfortunate thing to call it contingency,
Right.
because it's not contingency. If I'm understanding you correctly, we got enough capital needs right now that we could, and we know what they are, and they're in planning. I mean, so I don't, as far as I understand, I mean, so I'm not, if it were truly just like, we probably won't need this money, then I would say, yeah, let's not bake it in now. But I'm not hearing that, I'm not.
Yeah, I would suggest too that again, we would like to get this capital allocation back up to where it was, which will likely require continued incremental fee increases over the course of
That
time.
might become differential next year?
Right,
Right,
and I
I
think
mean-
what we're hoping with the rate model study is that we'll have an opportunity to more thoroughly assess what the impact of those are gonna be on each of those user classes, what other goals you all have expressed here this evening or may have, that we can try to incorporate that into the rate structure while also providing the financial resources that the water fund needs to continue to invest in that service.
And Taylor, do you have the rate model slide that talks about fair and equitable? That's what we are trying to get from this rate model study. And then come back with that level of information to make those adjustments.
A theme I think I hear too is we just had a really bad experience with our water system, and I'm not interested in pointing fingers. I'm interested in pointing the path forward. And I think what you're hearing from council is we have really high expectations for the amount of information we receive, for the level of analysis, and that the 5 words on a page about fair and equitable are backed up by the design of the policy.
Absolutely.
And we need more and better info about our water utility going forward.
And I think that's one of the things, again, I think from the timing that is really unfortunate and frustrating for staff as well, is we want to be able to provide that information to you all. And that's honestly why we don't feel like we're in a position to make adjustments. Again, I think as the discussion's been about, pulling levers or turning knobs individually, and there are a lot of different rate models out there, but we as staff are certainly not equipped to really understand what the full impact of those like structural changes would be. So that's why we're relying on the consultant to help us with that, as they've done it in many other places, and bring that to bear.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
As we looked at our peer cities that were provided to us and the depth of what appears to be a bulk discount and what appears to be the residential, full-time residents paying the most, I wondered a couple of things that we might look at, more specifically when we do look at the rate structure. One, the history and the why behind why we provide such a deep discount compared to other peer cities for commercial rate users. And then the second thing is, I'm wondering if to deepen our understanding of the long-term capital investments that are needed for quality, equitable service outcomes, how many seats we have on our MSD that are on current council members, and if we need to ask to ramp that up. Like, I know that we have some local representatives who are volunteering, and I really appreciate that, but I think we might need to like be more consistent in our liaisons from this body.
And I serve on the MSD, and we had Gwen Whistler from council on MSD and a former council member on MSD.
So we have 3 total seats, but 1 current member, and that's not without gratitude for the other.
Yeah, no, I
2.
mean, I think it's just that the
Cycling of terms.
well, the term didn't sync right up, but yeah.
We might need to get some more council,
Is
current
Gwen
council
still on
time
it?
now.
She is, because her term
Yeah.
on council finished before her term
Okay.
on MSD. But it is interesting that no one ever comes to the budget meetings at MSD, even though they're the other half of the bill that
Right.
people receive, but there's not a lot of attention paid. But I understand we have a situation this year that's really focused the spotlight on our water system and our water rates, and that, I appreciate that we're experiencing that this year. So,
Brad, I have a question. We need a supermajority on this?
The vote before you is one of an adoption of an ordinance. That requires under state law to pass on the first reading a supermajority of the members of council. Given the 7 seats that you have, that's 5 votes required. If it receives less than 5 votes, it doesn't necessarily fail. If it receives 4 votes, which is still a majority, it would proceed to a second reading at your next meeting, where only a simple majority would be required.
Interesting. Thank you.
well, and I think it would be important for us not to have a vote that fails tonight. I think we would want to, if we're going to have a vote that fails, we need to give staff direction to re-look at these rates and bring them back again. I mean, again, we do our fees and charges ahead of the final budget because staff needs to know what we're going to support or not support so that they can include it in the final budget. So,
And so customers can anticipate.
and so all those things as well, so those communications can happen. So, somebody remind me.
We
if
have 2 motions.
Yes, we have, thank you.
One to
It's been a while since we did that.
this
All right.
ordinance.
So we have 2 motions. All right.
Say them
Any other-
individually. What's the first one?
The first one is just to
approve the
adopt the fee
ordinance.
ordinance.
Okay.
The second one is regarding the
In
future
the future, yeah.
planning.
Okay.
Okay. So on the first motion, are we ready to vote? Everybody? Okay. All those in
Could we do the
favor?
second one first?
No. You did the second.
Oh, it has to be, well, I was just saying like,
Oh, you want to do the second motion first?
yeah, if it doesn't pass to come back, then I don't know that I would vote
I'm not
yes
sure
for
that that's
an ordinance.
controversial.
All right, cool.
Okay.
You got
I mean,
that.
I'm just
That's
reading the
fine.
room
You got
here.
that one.
So-
It's 9:00, my brain isn't working great, we got this.
Okay, so on the first motion, I'm going to ask people to raise their hands because Maggie. Yes, all right. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, so we have 5 to 2. The motion passes by supermajority. Now we're going to do the second motion to ask that the manager bring back recommendations once the conclusion of the water rate study is done to look at our water rate structure and recommend changes there too. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, any opposed? All right, I probably
Thank you
done
for
it the way it's supposed to.
suggesting that, Councilwoman Ullman.
Thank you.
Well, okay, I just want to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not that I don't love Maggie to
It was
death,
suggested
but this was a
before.
pretty thorough discussion, I think, in our, you might not
I
have
wasn't
been for
there,
the- yeah.
so
So.
thank
I
you
think
for
there
bringing
was
it
good-
tonight.
You know, that was how that, but thank you for gelling it up and making it a motion here
Teamwork.
tonight. Teamwork makes the dream work, okay. All right, folks, next on our list tonight, we have a resolution allocating housing trust funds to affordable housing projects, and Sasha Vertinsky, who's burning the night oil, is here to present this to us when she can find it.
Okay. Good evening, Council. My name is Sasha Vertinsky. I'm here with the Community Economic Development Department to present a bundle of housing trust fund applications and recommendations.
Oh, hold on. You're-
Oh, were you water?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you, was it after the public comment period? Or-
I signed up, I thought for this section, but then I went up to check where they had signed me up once you called Andrew, because I meant to sign up for this item.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
And then I went out there to.
Okay, would you like to, we now
I'm
voted.
sorry.
It's okay, we'd like to hear your thoughts.
All right.
It's okay.
I'll say it really fast. You already voted, but maybe it didn't count because I didn't say anything yet. I'm just kidding.
We still want to hear
That's a
from
little
you.
joke. This meeting clarified one thing, that city staff are ignoring city council and therefore democracy. I think that you guys are being disrespected en masse, and it's like really clear from the attitudes of the city staff that come and speak here. I don't mean like, I think that they can just push you around because you're not presenting a united front, but your value is not presenting a united front. Don't let them boss you around. Like, they're not. We can't just come back and ask for rate hikes every time there's a crisis. You don't get to reward the department that messed up with more money. I don't think that that's what you want to look like you're doing, but that's what it's going to look like what you're doing, especially since we're already looking into a rate hike or into a rate system adjustment. We're already doing the work to research what the most equitable way forward is. Why would we increase the fees before that research is back? It's a waste of money. And also, if you increase residential water rates, we don't just have more money. We're gonna miss the bill. The more people have to have their water shut off, the more work there is for the water department to not focus on their capital improvement plan. And I think that you need to have the courage and resolve to make a statement that you're not going to be able to increase the rates if you don't have a good reason. I guess that there was a lot of discussion about that already, but this is the only part of rent that you control. If you say you're powerless to freeze rents, freeze the utility that you can control. If the water pipes are frozen, why aren't the water rates? Like, I don't understand why you can't do the literally most easy thing to decrease cost of living in Asheville. The clearest, most direct line you guys have to that monetary impact is the water rates. I'm sorry to yell after we all just voted on it, but if you say your hands are tied, don't charge us more. Like, with tied hands. Just trying to say, trying to not sound crazy here, but I feel a little crazy watching you talk about all the points I made and then still voting to increase the water rates anyway. It's nice that you see what the constituents are bringing to you, but if it doesn't impact your final vote, it is lip service. And, you know, I just wanted to say that we all see it, and we're not going to magically have more money. You're just not going to get the water bills paid.
Thank you. And I apologize for that mistake. Okay, Sasha, what, oh, it's like she left.
Won't comment on that. Councilwoman, thank you. I'm Sasha Vertunsky here with Community Economic Development to present to you 5 applications for the Housing Trust Fund for this funding cycle. This presentation is a little long. I'm going to try to go as fast as I can, so bear with me. Just a few key takeaways. First, we have 5 eligible applications that are being considered. They total about approximately $5.2 million, and the current balance of the Housing Trust Fund is $7.65 million. This round of funding was coordinated to align with Buncombe County's consideration of applications to assist with decision-making and make it more predictable for the development community. We are recommending 4 of these projects for $4.3 million in funding to assist with the construction of approximately 239 units, and we're recommending all 4 of those as loans. At the Housing and Community Development Committee meeting last week, that committee voted to make a few modifications to the staff recommendation, namely awarding the requested $1,035,000 to Reimagining D Review as a grant instead of a loan. And they also recommended to continue negotiations with the developer of Oak Hill Cottages to include community engagement and further development of project details. And here we are tonight for final considerations. Just as a quick reminder, this is the schedule we've been following for this application process. I've talked to you about this several times. And here's a quick summary of these 5 applications. The first 3 are all low-income housing tax credit projects. They are all 9% projects, 9% tax credit projects, and they all also went to Buncombe County for funding. And today, Buncombe County's Affordable Housing Committee, which is 3 commission members, voted to support all 3 of these projects. The second 2 projects are cottages projects, both by the same developer, and they're smaller projects, both in West Asheville. And we'll go through each of these, so you'll have more information. Here's just a quick map of the different locations of these projects. First, Redwood Commons. You all saw this project last May for a conditional zoning. It is 70 units of senior housing on Governor's View Road in East Asheville, just near the Aldi. You can see it in the lower right of that picture there. The developer's Buckeye Community Hope Foundation. They are requesting $1.8 million in Housing Trust Fund financing. I'll talk about that in a minute. The loan terms we've discussed with them, 20-year maturity, payments deferred with 2% interest compounding annually, and we would be in 4th lien position. And that would be $2.674 million due at maturity. This is a low-income housing tax project, so it's serving 60% AMI and below and a variety of incomes in that bracket. So here is their funding stack. Today at the Buncombe County Committee meeting, they voted to support this project with $1.8 million. So that does leave a gap of about $1.4, $1.5 million. There are a lot of great things about this project. The subsidy right now with the $1.8 million request is $25,700 per unit. It aligns with our consolidated plan. It is located on a brownfield, which will require some remediation, which is a great investment in the land, making it useful again. Just a few concerns, and mainly this, the request to Buncombe County. Obviously, this presentation was put together before today, so their request to the county was above the 10% cap at the county, so that's why we're in this funding situation. They are in that funding situation. The second project is Reimagining D Review, also low-income housing tax credit project. You all funded this project at $1.465 million as a grant from our affordable housing bond last spring. This is serving a variety of incomes at 60% and below. I'll just keep going. It is in D Review and D Review apartments, and it is being built on vacant land, so it doesn't displace anyone while construction is happening. This is their capital stack. So they are asking for $2.5 million from city, county, and Dogwood Foundation, and also investing $2.5 million of their own funds into the project. And here are some pros and cons. The subsidy is approximately $30,000 per unit. That's for the total $2.5 million. Funding request. And we are recommending a loan in lieu of a grant for several different reasons. It helps us be at the table for future negotiations. 2% interest helps us to grow the Housing Trust Fund. You could also do 0% interest. And if there's a grant, then we don't have as much recourse if the project has challenges in the future. The total request of $2.5 million exceeds our policy limit of 10%, but just slightly at 11%. So that's not a huge concern for us. We outlined for HCD several different options here. The first option being a 2% loan, second option being a 0% loan, and the third option being a grant. And HCD voted 2-1 for the grant option. Buncombe County has recommended their funding, and it's not completely clear where the source of funding will be, but they have recommended the funding. Third project, Fairhaven Summit. You've already heard a lot about this project tonight. 77 units on Sweeten Creek Road. The request is $500,000, and which is a very small amount of their total project cost. So our percentage is pretty small in terms of total development costs. And they are serving a variety of incomes, and they have vouchers as a part of their project. They have some great things in this project. Here's their capital stack. Buncombe County did award this funding today. The subsidy is approximately $6,500 per unit. They are also in the process of applying for LUIGE funding. So what that means is that if that was granted, and that would be coming to you in approximately a month because it has to go to the Policy, HR, and Finance Committee. If that was also granted, it would bring their funding up to a total of approximately $1.5 million, which is about, actually just almost exactly even with what Buncombe County is funding them at. Next is Stewart Street Cottages. So this is for 10 affordable cottages, homeownership in West Asheville. The developer's Reasonable Development of Asheville. The request is approximately $1,050,000 in Housing Trust Fund financing. The term is a 3-year term with 2% compounding annually. We would be in second lien position. So a portion of the loan would be repaid from home sale proceeds, and another portion of it would be used for down payment assistance. So it's a very different model than our other typical applications, and that's an exciting part of this project. So here's the capital stack. The developer, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself into the next project. So, yes. Total development cost per unit, $242,000. So some pros of this project, it's an opportunity to create kind of an Asheville-based model for affordable homeownership development. Close to about half of the loan would be repaid within 3 years after homes are sold. We have an experienced developer for this project who's built more than 100 homes here in Asheville. There are some concerns, but they're not huge. We have a lot of work to do. If you approve this, we have some work to do around the terms for down payment assistance and getting that all worked out. And each individual house would require a separate closing. All right, last project, Oak Hill Cottages. This project was proposed for a piece of city-owned land. It is a hybrid of rental and home ownership. This is the same developer as Stewart Street. The request is for $868,000 in financing. They are also requesting the city-owned land at a discounted sales price of $50,000. We paid $450,000 for this land back in, I believe, 2018. So that is a subsidy of $400,000. possibly more if the land has gone up in value. The loan terms would be a 3-year term, 2% compounding annually. Similar to the last project, a portion would be repaid from home sales, another portion would be used as down payment assistance, and then a third portion would be paid back from rental unit operations. So income served would be 60, 80, and 100% AMI. In our policy for home ownership, we allow funding to go to households, above 80% up to 100% AMI. So this is the capital stack. The developer has lines of equity that he has access to that he would be using to help finance this project pretty substantially. So there are some great benefits to this project, similar to the Stewart Street project. So there's some pretty serious concerns here. So this is a piece of city-owned land. Back in 2019, I believe, the city council adopted a policy for how you dispose of land for affordable housing. And what that policy basically says is that the city will decide when land is available for affordable housing, and we will issue an RFP. Now, council has the ability to negotiate with developers outside of that policy if you choose. But this application's coming to us outside of that policy with we had no action, no kind of advertising for this piece of land. Sewer service and other infrastructure upgrades may be needed. The developer is aware of some of that. The costs are not clearly defined. There hasn't been any community input on future development for this site. So that is a concern as well. So staff developed 3 options for this project. The first one was to direct staff to release an RFP for the site this year in accordance with our city policy, which would include community input into that process and exploration of different development scenarios. In the staff report, I didn't just say it, but another concern is that we didn't look at other possibilities for this land, like could there be mobile homes? There's some other options. We know that it can't support like a multi-level apartment building because there's issues with the soil. So whatever gets developed on this land has to be somewhat less intense. The second option staff outlined was directing staff to proceed in negotiations with the developer to fully develop the plans and the deal points, and then return to HCD and City Council at a later date. That future vote would consider both the land sale and the Housing Trust Fund together. And that was actually the option that HCD voted 3-0, I believe, to recommend that option. And then option 3 would be to approve the current request. And I should note here that as a part of option 2, HCD also added in a community engagement process into that.
Can you say again, which one did HCD?
Number 2.
Direct staff to proceed in negotiations?
Yes.
Yes.
So we would be able to come back to you with more firm and final numbers around development. We would have heard from the community, and it's just a little bit more due diligence done on the project.
I'm remembering when we did an affordable housing, this was pre-pandemic, we did an affordable housing deep dive, kind of a full day.
Yes.
And I thought we had agreed to a city policy that if we're leveraging city-owned land, it needed to be 60% of AMI, but what I can't remember.
20% of the
That's a
units
state.
At 60% AMI.
And we're allowed to do that, right? That's a statutory thing.
But it is in the policy.
Because it's our land. Because it's.
We don't have to, it allows us to skip the RFP process.
No. I'm not talking about that state law that allows one-on-one negotiations for the development of city-owned land. I'm talking about the city council adopted a city policy.
Yes.
That when city land was going to be developed for affordable housing, it had to include, you're saying 20% of units at 60% AMI.
For 20 years, yes, and that's in that policy that I've been
Land
referencing during this presentation.
So this project currently, I was looking at the,
I believe it would align with that piece of the policy.
okay, it just says 60, 80, and 100, doesn't say
Right,
the
we didn't
breakdown.
give you a full breakdown of all the numbers, but there's units at each income level and different bedroom sizes.
There's a little context too here that I don't mind sharing that helped us get to option 2, and that is that this land, we purchased it after 2 failed attempts of other projects. So it was first privately owned, an affordable housing development failed. They sold the land. Habitat tried to develop it. It didn't come together because of the soils. So that's more what Sasha was talking about with you can't be a large building. So we're kind of limited to single family, perhaps duplex, full footprint here. But then you mentioned mobile homes, but that's not currently allowed there either.
True.
So, yeah, this is a rough piece of land. And I think at HCD, we weren't comfortable with doing anything immediately, and we also didn't want to deny it. So that's where we landed with option number 2, because, in the same, I think we had, like just earlier tonight, we conveyed a piece of land without an RFP. We had done a couple of these at the same time, so it was kind of a hard.
Yeah, this is city-owned land. I would tend to want to do the RFP, but I know it's land with issues. I mean, because it's got this environmental restriction because of the soil study, right?
Yeah.
So you can't just plop anything on.
Right. We don't love this piece of land, is what I'll say. It's not our favorite city asset.
So just,
What is
or should it's okay to keep going, or do you want to?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay.
We're getting a little
So
punchy.
just, I've been kind of weaving this throughout the presentation, but just as a summary, HCD reviewed this last week and unanimously approved Redwood Commons, Fairhaven Summit, and Stewart Street. Reimagining D review was approved 2-1 to approve it as a grant, and then option 2 was voted on as well. So just, again, as a helpful guide here, here's the 5 projects. The 4 recommended projects total approximately $65.9 million, including all 5, it's around $74 million total development costs. Before you tonight is 4.387 in Housing Trust Fund request. So we have a suggested motion here. I also have an alternate motion if you need it as well.
I have a different question. I was going to need I was going to say, I was going to need the alternate motion because when I look at the suggested motion, it doesn't include the grant, so I'm prepared to make that motion.
Oh, well, I have a couple comments,
I was just saying, but if you said you had an alternate motion, I will take it.
It doesn't have that, but we can, I hear you.
That would be wordsmithing on the spot?
Yeah.
I already did it.
Oh, you did?
She's
Okay.
ready.
So let's do questions.
I just wanted to share a little context because, as a general reminder, this is the first time we've done a housing trust fund application as a set, as a group. We did this strategically to align with the county's plan and to strengthen our tools in that we could compare all of the applications, apples to apples, at the same time instead of seeing them as one-offs throughout the year, helping us inform ourselves about are we getting the best return for the community and for our investment. I think it's been a really great process. And staff actually picked this up pretty quickly and ran with it, so lots of appreciation for doing that. And it helps us to have these conversations, like knowing the county voted today. So it's better for us, it's better for our information, it's better for the developer because it streamlines for funding. So kudos for getting us to here. So just a little background there. I do want to, I'll take an easy one. The Stewart Street is really exciting to me. I don't know if y'all caught that, but we were not able to deploy our $1 million in down payment assistance for various reasons, RFPs and proposals that failed. But in a sense, this developer is offering to do it on their own. So, and the money comes back to us in 3 years. Like, this is a really great new model, I think. If it's successful, I'd love to see it repeated because we don't get a lot of options for home ownership, certainly not affordable home ownership. We don't get a lot of options for quick return on the investment, 3 years. We often see like 20, 30, refinance, deferred, all of things. And it's going to continue the down payment right to the buyer, which I think is outstanding. So, and I think HCD agreed that was just a great one. And that's why it's moving through with our recommendation. But I wanted to make sure I shared my excitement for that. And then I have a couple others about the others, but I think there's a grander conversation. So if others have comments before I dive into those, go ahead.
I was just going to echo that. This is the first time we've done it comprehensively like this. We not only seeing the capital stack, I don't recall always seeing the capital stack. So
Right.
that context is great, and the total cost per unit. And we have all the information here and what the county's in it for. And I think it's good for people to see how these are put together and who all the other funders are and how the city fits into that. So the context is very helpful. So I appreciate the format, and let's keep doing that format.
And I did want to say, I meant to say Kevin Lynn, who's our affordable housing specialist, is also here if you have questions. So I should have said that at the beginning.
I didn't see him, so that's great.
As with all other new neighborhoods that we're setting up for success, have these developments been asked about renewable energy and whether or not the developments could be able to plan in the future if they haven't already been planning? Is essentially, I'm hoping that it's a similar answer to what could be possible from what we heard earlier today, is that there's new tools at the table.
I don't have a practice of always asking these folks that. I did let them know that you might have a question.
Yeah.
Fairhaven has already appeared earlier today, and I know that
Right, we've already talked about
all the
that.
developers are here tonight, right now, in chambers, if you want to give them time to speak to that, or.
I would like to know, I think it's really important for, not just for resilience, but also for maintaining deep affordability for longer.
So I think we've already heard from Deaverview and Fairhaven on that issue, and I'm trying to remember what about Redwood Commons? Have we already done, anybody know?
Did we ask them about solar? I don't
No,
recall.
I don't, did they already, yeah, I'm sure if they already, I'm just trying to remember when and if they came to council.
Conditional zoning, May 22.
Okay, so that's for the three. I don't recall, of course, Oak Hill is still.
It's not designed,
It's not even,
yeah.
it's
And
on.
those are smaller projects that would never
Yeah.
come before you.
Right,
They're
so,
by
so we've already gotten that information on 1, 2, and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Stewart Street and Oak Hill would be the other. Stewart Street is
The ownership, those are both-
single-family home, so it's a different.
Yeah, there's also, there's new opportunities, as we heard today in Environment and Community Safety, or Safety Committee. There's more tools coming to the table for being able to have bulk solar purchases.
And the developer, Barry Bialik for Stewart Street and Oak Hill uses panelized technology and has his own factory, and he's here. It probably has some built-in energy efficiency into it, but I can't speak to that.
So if we could hear from
Hello. Thank you for considering these projects. Obviously, you know me from the Affordable Housing Committee. This is my first time ever presenting my own Housing Trust Fund applications. It's because I'm rolling off committee, so I finally feel I can use everything I've learned to prepare one of the best, very innovative proposal for you. So obviously, using the down payment assistance is a big tool that I have tried to come up with how to implement in this. As far as the energy efficiency, so we've moved, my company, Compact Cottages, is building out a prefab factory in town. So we currently, when we build houses, I build about 50 houses a year. Our waste is minimal because we offsite fabricate. So we have panelized equipment that's automated when we build our houses, and then we own our own crane for putting them into place. So if you look on our Instagram pages, when we built 12 houses, our entire waste was less than a dumpster full.
It was amazing.
So we're very, very aware of that. One of the other things I think about both of my projects that wasn't quite mentioned in the reports, I think it's important, is that both of these projects, I'm setting aside 2 units.
Vouchers.
What's that? Not just for vouchers, like we're going to work with the Housing Authority for how to put voucher mortgage payments into place. But we're also, I've also met with Chief Zach about we're setting aside in each of these projects at least 2 homes to be for community heroes. And that we can use maybe use some of the down payment assistance for getting homeownership opportunities for police officers and EMTs and fire workers. So that's part of trying to use everything I've learned from being on this committee for years and trying to put together an innovative proposal. That's at least for energy efficiency. Our homes are all
every compact cottage is metal roof, well insulated. We tick all of the green things. And then especially with our offsite fabrication.
So what is the current or potential future option for renewable energy? Like solar?
It's possible for solar. Our houses, part of what we've been able to have a hard time with the recapture is because our houses are built so efficient and they're all small footprint. They most of our houses, like they're 2 stories, the whole footprint's 386 to 480 square footprint, the footprint, so 2 stories. So when our total utility bills with all the remedy splits and everything we're using is less than $60 a month already, it's hard to make the recapture of solar work sometimes.
Wow.
But that's what we use. We use isonine, spray foam insulation in the ceilings. We use metal roof for rainwater collections. Obviously our construction methods produce minimal waste. So I think we tick all the boxes that it almost makes solar hard to do recapture.
Thank you for adding to my understanding.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And we know that solar is like the top of the pyramid, and energy efficiency is the bottom. Solar is what you do when you've done everything else, and your design process fundamentally gives you an efficiency that is incomparable to many. And the fact that you'll use heat pumps, which are electric, goes towards the goal of just electrifying everything as the grid becomes greener and more sustainable, so you're not introducing gas in the system. So it's a pretty great start.
Wow.
Yeah. The prefab structure
so
is really cool.
It's really cool.
Ever get to see it. Our facilities in Fletcher, we're building out a factory on Sweet Creek because I want to be inside the city of Asheville, but we it's pretty cool to watch when we crane puzzle pieces into place. So.
I just want to highlight again this whole vouchers for mortgage. I mean, does that ever happen? I know it's an option.
No, it's an option.
Yeah. But people I know they're available, but are people actually able to find mortgages and use them?
Yeah.
They are, but often they end up going outside of the city limits.
Right. So, yeah.
Our plan is on the Stewart Street cottage, I met with David and the Housing Authority, probably about 2 years ago, we started the conversations just to understand who is in the pipeline and also respecting that the pipeline to homeownership, it's a multi-year process. It's not something we can build a house and then people are ready right away. So it's important to identify the pipeline of those who are in it and have started the process. So basically, we're going to create the inventory. And that's kind of the goal of the Stewart and the Oak Hill cottages is how to create affordable homeownership and affordable rental opportunities that don't quite exist.
Thank you.
The
Okay.
second question I had is it's
Not
not
for
for
you.
you, Barry, sorry, thank you. The second question I had is, I heard you say loan or grant for the Reimagining D review,
Yes,
and that a loan could be 0% interest,
or deferred, yeah. And
which
deferred.
could keep us at the table, which don't we want to be partners at the table?
So this might be a good time for David Nash to come up and explain to you why it's important for the Housing Authority to get the grant instead of the loan. And while he's on his way up, I will just mention that I believe the Housing Authority to be an indispensable partner with all of our affordable housing needs. You've already seen 2 other developers come before us tonight getting their vouchers through the Housing Authority. And so I believe we really, really need this project to move forward because the Housing Authority plays such a great role in the pipeline of getting people off the streets who are unhoused, the foster children that we were just talking about. They all need help from the Housing Authority. So if we don't help them reimagine and rebuild D-Review, we're spiting off our nose, cutting off our nose to spite our face. But I'll let you speak.
Question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. First of all, I'd like to introduce or give a preliminary introduction to our new president and CEO, Monique Pierre, who will be joining the Housing Authority, or has joined the Housing Authority in a transitional position and will be soon taking over the lead of the Housing Authority. I think we want to tag team this answer a little bit, but I would like to say that we built this model with the Lee Walker Maple Crest project. The city gave a very generous grant of $4.2 million for that project. the county matched that amount, and the Housing Authority put in $4.5 million of our money. In addition to building a beautiful new development, we also made the 319 Biltmore, using those funds, made the 319 Biltmore property buildable by another developer, and that's going to move forward soon. And then when we came forward to you last year for the D-Review project, we asked for a grant in the same way so that we can pool our funds and city and county and hopefully Dogwood Health Trust grant funds into an investment into the property that allows us to guarantee perpetual affordability. So those are kind of the technical reasons for it and the precedents that we'd like to see. And I think what Councilwoman Mosley was saying is that we hope to build over time a relationship with the city as a development partner. One aspect of that is project-based vouchers and homeownership vouchers for all of these other projects. All of these other projects have requested them from us. So we will be putting in millions of dollars of subsidy over time to help support their lowest income tenants. But I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Pierre to talk a little bit about the partnership idea and that mission.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us. And I would just like to add to what David has presented so far is that partnership is key to building a firm foundation, and strong partners are partners who are well supported. The Housing Authority has had the great luxury of having David Nash on board and having had a background where he was able to handle development, et cetera. We want to be able to come to the tables and bring our vast knowledge and other resources. We can't do that if we're not as strong as we possibly can be financially and situated in that way. We believe in partnership. We believe in working collaboratively and smart. I really like the ideas that I've heard this evening, and I think that together, as sister agencies or as sister organizations, we're able to do that and throughout the community. I really love mountain housing opportunities and some of the things that I've seen, and I've seen development from California to Pittsburgh to Detroit to Alabama, all over, and what I know is that without great collaboration, you can't have great programs like, 15 or 20 years of assistance to purchase a home. And so I'd really like to bring some innovations to the table. And I think we can do that if we're as strong as we possibly can be and have the depth and the breadth of that partnership that you can bring as well. So thank you.
And I have on that note, welcome to your new position. I'm curious, as we look at redevelopment of all the public housing neighborhoods in Asheville, Lee Walker's has been now redeveloped, and Deep Review is next, and I know there's a line. I mean, there's a long line of the future rebuilds to come, and I guess for me, and correct me if this already exists or it's already in the works, but it would be interesting to me to see a 10-year or 15-year or 20-year plan for the comprehensive redevelopment of public housing and the vision and the future for what that's going to look like, and then kind of the the financial possibilities of how to make that work, because historically public housing, of course, evolved from a federally funded program, and the last time significant federal funds, to my knowledge, were contributed towards public housing was Hope 6, which was 20 years more ago or whatever. And now they have different programs, and we have the RAD conversion, and you can do owner financing, and I'm probably messing all this up, but essentially there are different tools, but they put the burden back on the local community, either the housing authority itself or local funders, local governments, and other philanthropic lenders, and then tax credit financing, but not large federal grants. So it would, I just I wonder about how everyone else is doing this, and how are we are we incorporating all the best and the brightest ideas about how to continue to do this in this real comprehensive way so that it would, because I want to be able to, I think it is, as Councilwoman Mosley said, I mean, I think you are the major affordable housing provider in the city of Asheville. So how do we continue to support that? Anyway, I would be interested in a strategic partnership and thinking about that long-range planning.
I want to add to that too, I agree. And even more specific to this project that has how many phases? 3, 4?
2 or 3.
Okay. Because I'm going to be supportive tonight. I think we have to get this over the hill. It's gotten tax award, it's there. These are the last details. But there's a couple things on the table I see that we could do to grow our partnership, grow the community's possibilities around housing. And the Ford Street, 40 acres adjacent to this property that is now city-owned, comes to mind. And I know at some point there, folks were at the table talking about what that might look like. We were talking about purpose-built community as an opportunity. And I'm wondering, I think those conversations may have stalled out for now. I would love to see them come back together because what I'm seeing is a multi-phase approach to deed review adjacent to some land that, if done together, if master planned together, may provide more opportunities. Because to me, I mean, I see that you're requesting the grant. I was the vote in HCD against it, and I'm going to ask Sasha in a minute to come talk to her about why that was the staff's recommendation. But if this is going to be a grant request for all of the phases, or say we go to Pisgah View next and that's the request, I guess my hope would be something bigger, like for home ownership to come out of it. You know, like the purpose here, I guess the big question in the room for me is, was this the plan for 50 years to continue renting? And is there an option to grow into more of an ownership? Like, I know it's not on the table with this project, but an example would be, what if one of those phases was all ownership? You know, and I just wonder if there's any brainstorming around that, if we could get back around the table around Ford Street on that. And I guess really even more detailed about the grant is, could we not just do deferred payments and have the same impact to the capital stack to make sure you were able to get the rest of the financing? I wasn't real clear on why it had to be a grant. It's a preferred, I hear that, but you could achieve the capital stack if it was just deferred payments, right?
Let me try to answer your 12 questions.
Sorry, sorry, David.
So first of all, we were in conversation with the city around the Ford Street property, and I believe, I'll defer to Monique on that, but I think we would absolutely be interested in renewing those conversations at some point in the future. They were paused because we needed to move forward with something on the deed review project, so we started with this phase 1 project. And I think that would have to involve other partners, not just the housing authority and the city. But it could be a way to spread the units that we'd like to build at deed review out some in that area. Secondly, and I think we wrote, if I didn't write this in the grant, it's my mistake, but the plan for the deed review property will include home ownership, will include affordable home ownership. And as soon as we can get phase 1 off the ground, we want to, you know, move forward with maybe what we should have done first, which is a master plan for the entire property and include home ownership opportunities in that, in the 320 units that we'd like to. We currently have 75 homeowners in the Housing Choice Voucher home ownership program, and we definitely look forward to the partnership with Mr. Bialik.
75 that are actively using the vouchers?
75 that are actively purchasing their homes, and we're helping them pay their mortgages.
That's great.
And we'd like to grow that over time. With our new status as a moving to work agency, we've asked for a special waiver from HUD to be able to expand that program so that it's more than it currently is. And deed review and Ford Street and other locations, Stewart Street and Oak Hill, if that one becomes a reality, are definitely places where that could happen. The reason it needs to be a grant, and it's technical, and is we would like, well, with the Lee Walker project, what we were able to do was assemble that money and place a second secured mortgage on the property that will not be repaid unless there's surplus cash, so it probably won't be repaid for a long period of time. But if a for-profit developer came in and wanted to purchase the Maple Crest property, they would have to pay off our loan, which is that assembled $12.5 million that we made to the project. So that's how the Housing Authority can say, yes, we will make a commitment of perpetual affordability to you. That's the technical reason. And the more practical reason is we're asking the county to do that, and we absolutely need the Dogwood Health Trust to come through with $2.5 million grant. If their only option is a interest-bearing loan, then our project is dead.
This is kind of what I'm alluding to, because I understood they were targeting loans. And then, so right now, I think on our application, if I recall, it was 2.5 from the county, 2.5 from the city, 2.5 from Dogwood was the goal.
And 2.5 from the Housing Authority.
Yes, I'm sorry, and your 2.5, and then your deferred
$615,000
development
of
fee.
developer fee.
You're absolutely throwing everything you can at it. I get
Yeah.
that, and I appreciate that. I just want to be clear. So then, but Dogwood hasn't approved anything yet, and then the county gave 1.5, but wasn't clear on grant or loan?
Yes, and they are leaving the grant option open when they weren't clear on exactly the funding source. So what we're asking you as our strongest supporter in the past and our sister agency is to follow the precedent that has been established with the Maple Crest project and help us finance this project in this way. And in exchange for that, we will continue to be a strong partner, help to support the other projects that we're talking about and utilize.
What happens, though, if we grant $1 million or 2 point, whatever the ask is, I'm sorry, but then the others don't come through and it's dead in the water, but we've granted the funding?
Then, I mean, you won't send the money to us until the project goes forward.
And David, would you say
I mean, if you'd like to, you can go ahead and
Well,
write
I
the
guess
check.
my question was leading up to, was there going to be another ask of us, is what I'm getting
Well,
at.
David, would you say that if you had money that's given to you in a loan as opposed to a grant, that's going to affect your borrowing power
Unless it's
with
deferred.
higher rates?
Unless it's deferred.
And
that's what I
that's
If it's a zero interest loan, it doesn't affect our borrowing power, but it would affect, I think it would affect, we would have a stronger case to make to our other funders if we have a commitment of a grant from the city, which we already have a commitment of a grant for 1.5 million almost. We're just asking you to add $1 million to that grant.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about the interest rate. What I'm talking about is when you actually have actual assets as opposed to liabilities. So basically, the interest, but you still would have to pay, a loan, you still have to pay it back, whereas grants are not.
Well,
Right,
and I
if
guess
it's
for
an
advertising,
amortizing loan, we still have to pay it back, yes, correct. I'm sorry, I said a lot.
So are we,
I guess I'm just, I'm a
I'm
little.
like about to fall out of my chair. Are we
Sorry,
at
I'm
the
just-
stage- I'm sensing council might.
I think there's support tonight.
Yes,
I just
I-
really want to be.
That's what I was gonna say.
Listen, I just really want to be clear that I would really benefit from that master plan.
Yes.
Because
Oh,
I'm
no,
having
yeah.
a hard time gauging how much is going to be asked of us, because last year it was $1 million, are you going to come back? Maybe, you came back, now it's $1.5 million, but now I'm hearing that the other partners might not
That's why I
fund
would
it.
ask that in a planning document like that, there's an exhaustive look at, how is redevelopment of public housing managed today, given the state of our federal government and what they are no longer doing when it comes to funding, how are housing authorities best leveraging funds to redevelop their neighborhoods, given the conditions we're all, shared across the country. And I'm assuming it's a combination, and oh no, this is just rhetorical. I'm just saying that, because you're struggling. Is it a grant?
I'm
Is
not
it a loan?
struggling, I'm just curious about the gap that was created today by the county and the unknown around Dogwood. If the project can't get all the way through, he's saying.
I
it won't.
would ask you to please take it step by step and just make the commitment for the city and let us work with the county and Dogwood on those things. Yes.
I guess and I'm
That's
just
my
struggling without the
request
whole
to
picture,
you.
that's it.
Well, but we're not, we're putting up our commitment, and if they can't piece it all together, we don't lose
give it.
anything, right? We're just,
But we also want the project to happen. So I guess the question is, would they come back to us for more? Because we don't want it to fail.
I think what you're saying is you don't want to have them come back for more.
I'm trying to hear him say it.
I-
But he doesn't know, I think.
We
Yeah.
have a lot of requests in the hopper. They're going to be taken one by one. This is the second one in line after our own commitment for this year, not counting the two that were done last year. We're going to keep trying to make this project work, and if the funding doesn't come through, we'll drop back and make a new plan and, come back next year with a new plan.
And just to be clear, I'm very supportive of this redevelopment. I don't want that to be
Well, let's vote
misunderstood.
yes.
I just, it's not that.
Well,
But I
mean,
feel
so
like
could-
you're our most important partner, is what we said. You're also housing some of our most vulnerable citizens. So I feel like more information, more clarity is pertinent in some of these situations when we're dealing with such strong partners and such vulnerable community members. That's where I'm coming from. And I know we're not going to get to that tonight, but I'm encouraging it in the future. I'm encouraging a master plan. I'm encouraging understanding the whole phases.
I hear the encouragement on the master plan. I hear the encouragement on that.
I think Dogwood would love to fund something like that.
Forward Street, yeah. Okay.
plan.
Thank you. I've
Especially
exhausted my
a planning
questions.
process.
As we consider.
All right, I'm just gonna say the part that's really like giving me like a little bit of a pause, and it's coming from neighbors who are really concerned about displacement. I feel like through this project, I've heard there's a significant, serious intention to not displace the people who currently live in Beaver View. And that because that is so intentional, I'm hopeful and supportive. But it's easier to express that support when we're staying in partnership. So right now, we have a lot of hopes and a lot of big plans, but what if the funding falls through? And if it ends up at a place where people are being displaced again, then I think that's the big concern that's like in my heart and mind around this. So I'm supporting it tonight, and I really do want to see the plan, and I want to see the people impacted at the table while we're planning.
Yeah.
So if I may just lean in, that's what makes the housing authority different than a private developer or even a nonprofit developer that does not house. We care about the people that live under our roofs. We provide the housing, whether the deal goes through the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time. We still have an obligation, and we've made long-term commitments for the life of the community. And so when we talk about these things, and I would be more than happy to get in a room with you all to have a discussion, there are a couple of things that I've noticed, and you talk about a little bit about what I've seen across the country or what's out there. I think that there are methodologies and things and concerns that I have. We have to make sure that our organization is as strong as possible so that we can meet those needs. Having the developer fee deferred or putting our developer fee in there, if I were in any other lifetime that I've lived, those developer fees help me do those reports. Those developer fees help me hire effective, efficient staff who are able to do actual development as what they do. It helps me to work with my planners and my architects and designers to make sure that we have the best quality, efficient housing with the bike lanes people want, with multimodal in consideration, with 504 or ADA accessibility, to make sure that we're not just meeting the needs of those that are in front of our face, but those that sometimes fly under the radar. And so the stronger we can have our partnership, that means we have to have, the stronger our partners, that's the stronger our partnership. And so I believe that the Housing Authority has demonstrated a commitment, and we're here, we're ready, and we're open to I will talk about housing all day long, all night long. Which I have done today. So thank you for your questions and your curiosity and your willingness to work with us. We look forward to doing more. And master plans are expensive.
Yes, thank you for being here. Welcome to.
Thank you.
I did have the remaining question for Sasha. I didn't know if she was able to speak to it, because we do have our own expert staff and our specialists, and there was a recommendation from our staff to proceed as a loan. Could you talk to that?
Sure. I mean, I think those reasons are outlined in the staff report and this presentation. I mean, and some of the reasons come to some of the questions you've been asking.
Yeah.
Just from a fiscal impact, it didn't seem clear to us that a loan, even a 0% loan would negatively
Change
impact
anything,
this project.
right.
And so that said, and I know the Housing Authority has committed to perpetual affordability. Generally speaking, just loans help us be at the table and kind of that continuing partnership.
And it's a replenishing loan fund. Now, I guess, Councilwoman Mosley has made great points in the past that this actually came to us before we moved the money into the HTF. This project did, not this ask. So I
Correct.
feel like that's a little bit of a gray area, so it makes sense.
Right.
I'm not clear if they're always going to ask for a grant, but I did want to acknowledge that staff's recommendation was a loan and for these reasons, and I supported them in HCD for those reasons as well. And I've exhausted my comments on this. Sorry, but this is a big one.
Thank you.
All the HTF.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the quandary about the loan versus grant. I guess I just, as so many more things get pushed to local governments to bear the burden of, I think, supporting our public housing agency is one of them. It's unfortunate, it would be ideal if the federal government continued to see the importance of the function of public housing in our communities and just, but that's been the shift over the years, is to put more and more weight on us. So I think this, to me, it's sort of a fundamental question about whether or not you want to continue with the concept of supporting public housing and voucher-based housing like this in our community or not. And so to me, we do have to balance the fact that we have a loan fund, and the idea is to keep it recurring so it's available for future housing needs, balance that with also needing to support a public housing entity in our community. So that's kind of where it falls down for me. So it's super late. Everybody's super
Yeah.
tired. You have
She's
the
ready.
alternate motion. Go for it.
She's ready.
Okay, are you going to open the public? Okay.
Oh,
Is there a public comment?
hold on.
Open
No,
close.
there's not public comment, so go ahead, make the motion. and-
I move to approve the recommended Housing Trust Fund allocations in the amount of $4,387,850 for 4 development projects, which will produce 239 units in affordable housing, with the Reimagining D Review project to be in the form of a grant instead of a loan, and direct the city manager to continue negotiations with Oak Hill Cottages and conduct community engagement on potential development options for the Oak Hill site. Is that right?
That's the
A
motion. Do I have a second?
Sandra, second.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Do you guys want to power through into this last strategic partnership fund?
Yeah, it's actually
Okay,
a good
okay,
thing.
okay, all right. I just was
There's not a
asking
whole lot
in case
to-
anyone
Yeah.
need a pillow or a. Thank you all very much for staying late.
Thanks for staying so late tonight.
Thought I'd be more nervous, but I think I'm just tired.
That's good.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm Rachel Taylor, Economic Development Specialist in the Community and Economic Development Department. I'm here to talk about the Strategic Partnership Grant Program. So we issued a second round of applications after our pilot program last year. So this year, we received 23 applications between February 22nd and March 31st. And we kept the same scope of addressing the opportunity gap for school-age children from low to moderate income households. We heard presentations from applicant agencies on April 13th, and that was followed by finalized funding recommendations from the evaluation panel. On April 18th, the Equity and Engagement Committee reviewed recommendations from the evaluation panel and made final recommendations to fund 6 agencies at a total of $356,209. So tonight, Council is being asked to review and consider the approval of the Equity and Engagement Committee's funding recommendations. And throughout this process, staff has incorporated lessons learned from the pilot and will continue to refine the grant program through additional research and stakeholder engagement. So as I mentioned, the scope for this year's grant remained consistent with the pilot to address the impacts of the opportunity gap by supporting school-aged youth from low to moderate income households. For this year's program, we also streamlined communications and administrative requirements by updating the application process. We increased the award minimum to $35,000 per program. And we provided award recommendations, or the evaluation panel provided award recommendations based on full funding for requests. So this table kind of walks you through where we were with the pilot, how we got to our recommended amount for this fiscal year. So that's that grant program balance as of August 2022, that $335,500. We anticipate funding a budget allocation of $242,000. So as of July 1 of this year, 2023, we anticipate the grant program balance to be a little over $577,000. So as I mentioned, we received 23 applications. These applications were scored based on each program's demonstrated ability to address the opportunity gap for school-age youth, the ability to track and measure results, available resources and capacity to carry out the project, and a workable budget to support the program. So you can see the following 6 organizations and then their requested funding amounts. So the total grant award recommendation is there at the bottom at $356,209. And before we head into the key takeaways and questions, I want to make a note that at the April 18th Equity and Engagement Committee, staff were asked to come back after the closeout of the pilot agreements with an updated number for the remainder for fiscal year 24. So we do anticipate coming back to the Equity Engagement Committee. In February, I think that was February 21st, we recommended that all grant recipients need to be fully invoiced within 60 days of their agreement ending date. So after June 30th of this year, we'll be able to come back. So that would be the end of August, early September. We'd be able to come back with that total number. And so here are the key takeaways. I will pause. I know there's probably a lot of discussion, so I'll pause for questions there.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate some of the things that I heard in the community following our Equity and Engagement Committee, and also from the public comments earlier today. I know that we have so many needs in our community, and we don't have enough funding for this, and we need to find more. I do hear a potential solution to revisit this at the Equity and Engagement Committee and see if we can find some more partnerships. But just fundamentally, maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, I was like, maybe we should just fully fund some projects and really get behind them. Because the partial funding seemed like we weren't really getting behind folks. But we just had this whole conversation on housing about how folks use our partnership funding to leverage other funding opportunities. And so through the past couple years, I've realized that when we stand by someone part of the way, it's showing that trust and that partnership. So I want to support the full funding. I'm going to vote in support of this today because I want to get behind this. I want to try something new. And I did look at the pilot programs, and when I saw the groups like YTL, for example, applied for funding, drew down the funding, provided the programming, worked with our youth. I was like, wait, that's a partnership that seems successful. And now we're not funding it. It looks like a de-partnering, and I don't think that's the goal. We just need to find more funding. So I'm not inclined to want to hold and hoard resources when we have so many issues happening right now. So it feels like to me this is a both and. It's both, let's try this new process, let's get behind these organizations. We didn't follow exactly the scoring rubric, so it has like still some questions for me about like, well, you know, we still have to tweak this, but while we're learning new things, let's go ahead and get behind some of the partners. And for the public that's watching, it's super late, I get it. There was a second-ish bucket tier in our documents presented. So while the committee did recommend full funding for these 6 organizations, there was also a second tier of recommendations for partial funding. And I don't think we have to go through the whole process again. My suggestion would be that we get behind those partial funding options with the 221 that we have, and let's go find some more funding for the things that we care about, including strategic partnership funds. Because if we use all of our resources now, which I think we should, and not hoard, then we're gonna have to find more for next year too.
Yeah, I think, you know, we had a great conversation in the committee about this, and I think, I don't remember if it was in committee or in follow-ups, but other things said, like, you know, there's some parts of this program that could be strengthened. I guess it's all, I think it was Councilwoman Smith that said this, it's mostly reimbursement. Could we do upfront funding? Can we strengthen the partnerships so they don't have to be so reliant on a reimbursement, you know? There's a couple things to tweak. I think it's great. I felt a little uncomfortable leaving money on the table, but it's also a calendar thing. So I'm ready to proceed. I think if there's a way to get at what you're doing, I could be supportive.
And another thing, I think as we're learning about this new process, I think we've got to bring youth to the table next time, whether it's a cohort or from the partners or something, because I think we're missing an opportunity.
And some of these
I heard from young
applications are
people.
so incredible. I mean, we would love to fund them all. I mean, the intentions are so great. So if, to the extent that we could source new funding, it would go a long way in the community. But of course, we need money for everything. We won't fix that tonight.
Pretty much all we've talked about.
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah, but if anyone's looking at this document, they only see the 6 that we're
Yeah.
awarding. You'd have to kind of get into the weeds a little bit to see that we actually left other requests behind, and we also have more funds to
Yeah.
address. So
That's true.
follow along at the Equity and Engagement Committee. We're hopefully going to continue having that conversation.
Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to allocate the Strategic Partnership Grant Program funding awards as shown below and authorize the city manager to execute the grant agreements with further direction to pursue an additional round of funding following the conclusion of the pilot grant agreements that are set to end on June 30, 2023.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? We do not have anyone signed up to speak under this
I
item.
did want to say one
Yes,
last
please.
thing. So we were also looking at 93,000 that was left on the table because organizations who were funded during the pilot program were unable to draw down fully on their awards. So I made some telephone calls to try to figure out what the barrier was because, you know, in our conversation with staff, we ran into, they stated that some of the barriers may be the invoice schedule or organizations might not having invoices, but they might not be approved because they don't have enough supporting documents for approval. So I wanted to take a look at our invoice process to see if there's any way that we can better our process so it won't be such a tug of war. But also a lot of organizations who are reliant on funders and donors, they have cash flow issues. So they're doing the work and they're doing exactly what they said that they were going to do, but if they don't have cash flow, then they have to wait for funding to come in and abide by our reimbursement process. So maybe we don't need a full reimbursement process for organizations who are small and who have small annual budgets. Maybe we can figure out how to provide some type of cash advance, something that's fair for those organizations so they can get started doing the work immediately for summer programming or the beginning of the school year and not have the barrier of trying to wait until money comes in before they can abide to our partnership, you know? So we need to tweak a lot of stuff.
Could you do that in the committee? Or?
Yeah, we're gonna do that in the committee.
Right now, right
I
now.
mean, I don't say anything, so I'm gonna
I'm into
take my
it.
time.
I love
I'm
hearing
just
it.
playing. But anyway, so I thought that along with the technical support scope, we need to figure out how to help organizations who have cash flow issues. So I've been talking, I have some ideas. Aside from us giving some cash advancement, I think one of our community development directors proposed that in the past, maybe 2 directors ago. I tried to find it, I could not find it, but it's been done before. So I'm hoping that we can do that and we can figure out what organizations will be best fitted for that, because organizations with big budgets, they don't need the advancement, you know? So let's figure out what'll be helpful, because I hate to see organizations that are killing it in community, they are unable to spend the money. So aside from increasing the percentage of grant money that we award, I want to increase the percentage of grants that are fully expended.
That's great. Well
'Cause
said.
that's what a partnership is about, making sure they can do the work.
Exactly.
Nice. Nicely said.
Good. Okay. All right, we had a motion and a second. Any other? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. Okay, we have reached general public comment. Folks who are signed up for general public comment, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Watch the lights on the lectern. The first person signed up to speak is Sandy Aldridge.
And don't forget, we have closed session.
No, we don't.
I'm kidding.
We're getting tired of you. Even Maggie's joking.
All of you guys have the patience of Job. I appreciate you being up there. You're fantastic. All women, yes. So there's an urgency for more buses for the city. I'm on the transit committee, and I know I'm speaking for hundreds more people than myself, because I do use transit for transportation. Because we're down buses, actually, right now. There are routes that are not being facilitated because of buses breaking down. I was on a bus the other day that broke down. And I'm just curious because I've talked with people with the city, and supposedly we had buses coming from Canada. We were waiting on buses to be inspected in Florida. And I think it was WLOS that made the notification that the Federal Transportation Administration was offering a grant for 3 buses and 2 batteries. Now, what is happening with that, I don't know, because at one of the transit meetings, somebody's response was, well, we don't know if we're gonna do that or not. So, and you talk about vulnerable population, so that's the people that ride the buses, okay? A majority of Black population ride the buses, okay? So I think it's very important to address this issue, because number one, there is a safety issue. That's number one, okay? And number 2 is providing that transportation for people who desperately need it, who don't have the option at this time for whatever reason. If you guys could look into that, that would be very much appreciated, because we desperately, desperately need more buses. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't aware we had a shortage. I'll follow up with transit committee.
Timothy Sadler.
Hello again, City Council. I'm still Timothy Sadler. 5 hours later. Really, it's been great to be in attendance tonight. Really have wonderful things to say about the City Council. You know, I know that it's sometimes a thankless job, but I think, y'all are doing a really great job up here. So did want to say that, and also wanted to say, thank you to Barry Bialik, because, the idea of being able to use the vouchers for city-owned mortgages seemed crazy a few years ago, but somehow he's been able to manage to do it, and I think he deserves I just want to say thank you, Barry. And then really what I was waiting to speak about this whole time is our relationship with McCormick Field. I want to make sure that there's clarity in terms of how we are going to be able to utilize the field. Just for reference, I had gone in there at one point and spoke with, Brian about potentially having a concert there. And he said, well, you could do that, but you're gonna have to use our management company. And so I just wanna make sure that it's very clear, as we go forward with this relationship, that there are terms, that are not their terms, that are city terms in how we utilize the field there. So that was the main thing I wanted to say. And then also follow up with my daddy taught me that, and the need for the facility to be built out, and potentially how that could work with another issue that we have here in the city, which is finding Black-owned general contractors to bid, and how we potentially could, look at this project as a way to build up a pipeline of future general contractors. And how could we, as a city, facilitate something like that, just as a creative, thought process. So that's kind of why I hung in here to give these comments, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Jonathan Wainscott.
I know it's late, so I'll only take 3 minutes tonight to be brief. You had a ton of stuff to deal with, so I guess now is not the best time to ask for you guys to change the entire election system. Of course, that's what I'm going to do, and I just want to thank Antoinette Mosley for sort of picking up what I've been laying down. The last meeting, I come to these meetings and I've been talking about the history of Asheville as it pertains to our election system, and it's something that I find to be very important. I don't come to city council meetings just to torture and tease my crush on Maggie Burleson. I just think that this is something that we need to do. And I don't really have much prepared to talk about that. So I guess my ask is that this city council bring forth a referendum for the people, and that we have a robust conversation about this. This was lacking in our original formation of this government. Black community was disenfranchised for decades before that, and continued to be disenfranchised because of the way that we set up the system. And that came right out of Asheville. Like I've said, our city attorney, not Brad Branham, the Lot Craig of the 1800s and 1900s, avowed white supremacist, who then went to Raleigh and in his first term authored the grandfather clause, like I said last time, to disenfranchise the Black community. And here we are, a city that's involved in the reparations process. I talked to the Department of Equity and Inclusion about this, and they said this isn't really in their wheelhouse. Reparations process doesn't seem to have a place for this to actually fit neatly, though that is a process that's growing, and hopefully something will come out of that. But bring forth that referendum, and then whatever powers that you have for proclamations and resolutions to ask for the amendment that disenfranchised Black community in 1900 to be removed from the North Carolina Constitution. It's still there, it can't be used, but it has no place in our modern Constitution. So if Asheville is going to lead the way in these efforts, I would hope that this historic, for so many reasons, council takes all that stuff up. And I hope that you have a good night. Late nights make early mornings, and I hope that you all have a beautiful one and get a good night's sleep. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
I have 4 things to bring up.
We are